Okay na. Balik ako. Babalik ako doon para makita ko sila. Paano ba yun? Babalik. Araw lang, no? Para makita ko sila. Yung magpapa-admit.
Wala pang magpapa-admit.
Ayan na. Okay na, okay na. Mr. Pineda, can we now begin? 437 tayo, right? Mr. Pineda? Mr. Verano, good morning. Miss Mungkal, Miss Mariano, Mr. Lavera, Mr. Sosa, and Miss Six-Footer. Good morning po. Okay, now we are now moving on to the last part of the CMTA provisions or the CMTA regarding customs clearance and formalities. Now, insofar as Section 437 is concerned, Anthony, saan yung ingay na yun, Anthony? Dito? Sa baba. Okay. We're speaking here, or what Section 437 provides here is traveler and passenger baggage po. Now, insofar as passenger or traveler is concerned, it is defined under Section 102, right? One of the definition of the traveler is this: one who enters a territory like the Philippines who is not a citizen of that territory and who is not also a resident of that territory. I am referring to a foreign tourist. Okay? A foreign tourist entering the Philippines po. And this traveler, when it enters the Philippine territory, it is considered a passenger. The second definition of a traveler under Section 4 or 102 is that one who returns into the Philippines because that one returning into the Philippines is a returning tourist or returning resident po. A citizen of the Philippines? Yes. And that second definition refers to one who departed or who left from the Philippines and made a tour in foreign countries, and after touring or visiting foreign countries, then that returning residents as traveler or passenger is now returning into the Philippines. Bumabalik na po siya. So yung una po, it's a foreign tourist. The second one is a Filipino tourist. Nanggaling sa Pilipinas, nag-abroad for tour, tas bumalik po. And that is considered a traveler or a passenger. Now, the third definition is a returning OFW po. Overseas Filipino worker. Resident of the Philippines, a citizen of the Philippines, and after working abroad, he or she is now returning into the Philippines as traveler or passenger. Now, what we are talking here is that when this traveler and passenger, which I have defined 1, 2, and 3, normally they would be bringing items, goods, personal effects with them. Pag number 1 po, pag nag-tour siya dito, may dala siya. Pag number 2 and 3, pagbalik nila dito, may dala rin siya. Are you getting me, Miss Season? Okay. Now, in so far as clearance of the baggage that is brought by either 1, 2, and 3, it shall be subject to a processing and clearance of their baggage based on international agreement and customs best practices. So, pag international agreement on the processing and procedure, papasok po dyan ng revised Kyoto Convention. And insofar as customs best practices concerned, papasok po yung isang international agreement na World Customs Organization or World Customs Organization. WCO po, World Customs Organization. So there are two international agreements and customs best practices is to be observed by the Bureau of Customs regarding processing and clearing of, traveler and passenger baggage po. Either 1, 2, and 3. I'm sure, alam nyo yung 1 ko. 1, 2, and 3. Right, Mr. Pineda? Ms. Mariano? Mr. Pineda. So, at least alam niyo what is 1, 2, and 3. Okay? Now, aside from the processing and clearance under international agreement and best customs practices, these 1, 2, and 3 shall be also subject to a simplified customs procedure and simplified customs procedure under the CMTA, and under the de minimis value rule. Immediate release po pagdating po sa passenger and traveler baggage. Nakalagay po yan sa de minimis. Tama po ba, Mr. Pineda? Mr. Pineda? Miss Season, there are two benefits that is granted by de minimis. Tama po ba? And it is granted to passenger. Tama po ba, Miss Season? One of them, under the de minimis, is exemption from duties and taxes, right? And the other one, Miss Season? Immediate, hindi immediate, immediate release po. Naintindihan? Now, insofar as the first paragraph of section 437 is concerned, it applies to import po. Now, the second paragraph provides for a traveler who is shipping goods from the Philippines to foreign country. Madalas po ito, guys, hindi po ito pumapasok sa number 2. Kasi number 2 po, pabalik po ng Pilipinas. Tama po ba, Miss Season? Hindi rin po ito madalas pumasok sa number 3. Tama ba, Mr. Mr. Pineda? Sino ang madalas magdala ng souvenir from the Philippines to foreign country? Is it number 1, number 2, and number 3? Number 1 po, foreign traveler and or tourist po. So, when a foreign tourist or a traveler wants to export some Philippine products from the Philippines to his or her country, that is allowed, even though the Philippine products are in commercial quantity and are for commercial purposes. That is allowed. However, okay, the Philippine products should be allowed only to be brought out by a foreign traveler when that foreign traveler has complied with the requirements such as regulatory permit. Okay, number 1, regulatory permit if the item to be exported is regulated item po. Second po, as foreign traveler exporting Philippine products, the foreign traveler needs to observe the so-called export formalities po. And what is that export formality? The traveler should accomplish with or should accomplish an export declaration. Ibig sabihin po dyan, pag regulated, kumuha ka ng permit. Tapos, pag nakakakuha ng permit, then process the so-called export declaration. And after processing the export declaration, if the export product is subject to payment of duties and taxes, export duty and taxes, it should be also complied with. So, kung regulated po, kumuha ka ng clearance, then file ka ng export declaration, then pay the corresponding duties and taxes. So, tandaan ninyo, yung pong first part nito applies to import. The second part of this applies to a traveler or a foreign traveler or a passenger bringing out or shipping out either accompanied or unaccompanied, yung pwedeng kasabay niya or pwedeng i-ship niya nang mauna sa kanya or mahuli sa kanya. However, there are 3 requirements. compliance of the required permit, okay, processing of export declaration, and of course, payment of export duties and taxes, charges, if any, if there is any. Klaro na po ang 437, Mr. Pineda? So, ayan ha, hinimay ko na sa inyo. Nakakaya naman sa inyo. Eh. Now, let's now move on to 438 po. 438 po provides for, okay, guys, sa de minimis po, alam nyo na po ba na 250 to 1? Tama ba, Miss Season? Ano yung dinagdag ko? 250 ml toilet waters and 50 grams of perfume, right, Miss Season, Mr. Verano? So those are excisable items that may be covered by the minimum value privilege. So tandaan ninyo, no, kahit pa paano, at least alam ninyo kung alin po ang pwede, alin po ang kondisyon. So, dalawa lang naman po ang kondisyon with respect to. Kasi po, pinag-uusapan natin 437, passenger or traveler may bring in items which may be covered by the de minimis value privilege. So, dalawa lang naman po ang requirements ng de minimis privilege. Tama ba, Miss Season? What are these requirements under the de minimis privilege? If the items is excisable. Sige nga, Miss Season, sabi man sa akin kung ano yung requirements or condition before these excisable items may be admitted free from duty and VAT. Mr. Pineda, you. Okay, let me cut it short. The minimi requires on or the requirement on excisable items on the minimi value is within the quantity limit and within 10,000 pesos. Tama po ba? Yun lang po ang requirements. Tama? Yun po yung tinutukoy ko. I am referring to that conditions. Within the quantity limit and within the 10,000 limit. Tama? Miss Season? Tinanong lang kita, nakalimutan mo na kagad kung ano yung mga kondisyon. Okay? Let's now move on to 438, Miss Bungkal. Okay, start from there. Start from there. Okay, now we're talking here of imports. Import, ship and send through a postal consignment po. Okay, guys, this is import. Now, insofar as shipping or sending of items through postal consignment from foreign country into the Philippines, what governs the shipping and sending of goods through postal consignment is the international practices and agreements. And one of them is the AUPU, the Acts of Universal Postal Union. That is currently in force, meaning what can be shipped, how much can be shipped, and what procedure are to be observed is embodied under the acts of the Universal Postal Union. Kung gaano po karami ang pwedeng ipadala, kung gaano kalaki at gaano kabigat, at ano po ang pwedeng ipadala, it is the AUPU which shall be observed. Yan po ang rule. Now, AUPU is an international practices and agreement in which the Philippines is a signatory. Meaning, the Philippine government has to observe and comply with what is contained in the AUPU. Sabi ko nga sa inyo, alin yung pwedeng ipadala, magkano ang pwedeng ipadala, gaano kalaki at gaano kabigat. Okay? It is AUPU that tells and determines kung tatanggapin ba via postal consignment or not. Did you get it, Ms. Dizon? Now, if the items shipped or sent through AUPU or through postal consignment qualifies under the AUPU, okay, the Bureau of Customs under the second paragraph, maliwanag po ba? Ms. Mungkal, pakicheck po, pakibasa po. So, if the items sent through postal consignment qualifies under the de minimis value rule, there are two privileges. One is immediate release, and under second paragraph, simplified procedure. Ibig sabihin po, simplified, hindi po siya komplikado, and therefore, if you were the consignee, you can immediately release it. Now, under the de minimis, meron pang pangalawa. If it is within the 10,000 limit, then exemption from payment of duties and taxes. Tama po ba, Ms. Season? Okay, very good. Tama ba? Now, if it is not or if it is beyond or over the de minimis value, meaning it's more than 10,000, okay, ang gagamitin pong release is simplified procedure. Not immediate release kasi sumobra ka po eh. Pero pagdating po sa 438, ang gagamitin sa iyo, simplified. Yung simplified po is not equivalent to immediate release. Maliwanag po ba? And, another thing, pag sumobra ka po doon sa de minimis, simplified procedure plus, of course, payment of duties and taxes. Did you get it? Mr. Pineda, Mr. Tanglaw. Okay. Pag pumasok po sa de minimis, immediate release, and exemption from duties and taxes. Tama ba, Ms. Season? Tama ba, Mr. Verano? If it is not covered, meaning over the 10,000 limit, simplified procedure ang gagamitin sa iyo, plus payment of duties and taxes. Tama ba, Mr. Tanglaw? Okay. Next paragraph, Ms. Mungkal. Okay. Sandali lang po. Remember, class, postal consignment is with the Philippine Postal Corporation. And in every Philippine Postal Corporation, there is an assigned CPD. Okay, meron pong sariling opisina ang CPD. And that CPD that I am referring to is the Customs Postal Division. This is a separate government or administrative agency This CPD is under the Bureau of Customs. Whenever Philippine Postal Corporation receives letter posts and parcels which contains dutiable and taxable articles, tatanggapin po nila, but the custody shall be given to the Customs Postal Division. And when the consignee or addressee or recipient wants to withdraw and take delivery of the items such as letter post and parcel, the consignee or the importer or the addressee, the recipient, must apply for the clearance with the Customs Postal Division. So, yan po yung setup. That's the procedure. And before the release by the CBD of letter post and parcel may be allowed by the CPD, the one claiming it, the consignee, the addressee, the recipient must comply first with the requirements of the Customs Postal Division. Okay? And that requirement is governed by the AUPU. Now, under AUPU, whenever a consignee or addressee is clearing and withdrawing letter post and parcel with the CPD or the Customs Postal Division, the consignee, addressee shall be required to accomplish and fill out a special declaration form. Yan po ang gagamitin. Hindi po siya, okay? Hindi po siya ordinary goods declaration. A special declaration form under the AUPU, okay, that special declaration form shall be equivalent to goods declaration. Oh, kita nyo, iba po yung goods declaration sa regular shipment na dumadating sa BOC. But this one, ang gagamitin po is special declaration form, STF po. So, ilalagay mo rin yung mga, doon sa special declaration form, ilalagay din po lahat ng information and details about the imported letter post and parcels. Klaro, guys? Alimanag po. Now, special declaration form is only a general rule. When any of the above or when any of the below shipments A, B, C, D is the intention, or when the goods or when the letter post or parcels are covered by A, B, C, D, hindi na po siya special declaration form ang gagamitin. Tama ba, Miss Season, Mr. Tanglao? So, pagka po pumasok yung letter post or, okay, letter post or parcel, okay, under any of these A, B, C, D, then, ang gagamitin na po, ordinary or regular goods declaration. Wala na po yung special declaration form. Maliwanag po ba? Maliwanag, Mr. Sosa? Letter A po. Okay, letter A po. If it is more than, pagagamitin po natin yung de minimi, pag lumagpas po ng 10,000, letter A po ang gagamitin sa'yo. Hindi na po special declaration form ang gagamitin mo. Ano ang gagamitin mo na, Miss Season? Regular goods declaration. Mawawala po yung SDF, Special Declaration Form. Kasi po, ang Special Declaration Form, pwedeng isulat mo lang yan. Pero dito po, pagka po lumagpas po doon sa 10,000, ibang usapan po. The consignee, addressee, recipient will be using now or lodging and filing a regular goods declaration, whether it is formal entry or informal entry po. Klaro, guys? Next. If it is prohibited, wala na po tayong pag-uusapan. Kasi po, if it is prohibited, specifically, if it is absolutely prohibited, wala po tayong pag-uusapan. It will be seized by the Customs Postal Division. Actually, wala nang gagamitin goods declaration yan. Prohibited, then CBD seize it. Ganun lang po. But if it is regulated item, wala naman po sinasabi kung magkano. If it is regulated item po, yan, hindi na po SDF ang gagamitin. Special declaration form will no longer be used, but ordinary or regular goods declaration. Ms. Mungkal, are you getting me? Okay. Letter C. Ito po yung medyo tinatanong ko hanggang ngayon. Goods exportation of which must be certified. Okay. Okay. If goods came from the Philippines and later on it was returned into the Philippines, kumbaga po, exported from the Philippines and again, it was reimported into the Philippines. Yan po, papasok na naman po yung goods declaration, no longer special declaration form. So, yan po yung mga coverage ng hindi po mapasok sa SDF, papasok sa ordinary GD. GD stands for goods declaration. SDF stands for special declaration form. Now, if the letter post or parcels, yan ha, pinag-uusapan natin dito, letter post and parcels under A, B, C, and D. Imported goods sent through postal consignment through postal letter post and parcel. Okay? If it is for transit or warehousing or consumption, then mawawala na po yung SDF. It will be cleared now again through a regular goods declaration. Naintindihan nyo ba, class? So, general rule, SDF for letter post and parcel. Exception is A, B, C, D. Klaro, Ms. Mungkal? Okay. Miss Sablan? Sablan, you. Okay. Stop from there. Another privilege under Section 439 is granted to a particular shipment. And the shipment that 439 is referring to is Air Express. Air Express shipment. Kaya po express, it's fast. Mabilis po yan. And one of the benefits shipped through an air express shipment, the same shall be also subject to simplified customs procedure. And that SCP is based on World Customs Organization agreements po. So, first benefit is what? Simplified customs procedure, hindi po siya komplikado. Basic na basic po. Second, privilege shipped through air express shipment is clearance shall be made even before the arrival of the goods. Di ba maganda yan, Miss Season? Miss Mungkal, how would you? Dito mo simplified customs procedure. at hindi pa po dumarating yung kargamento mismong kal, A, cleared na po siya. Is that beneficial to all shipments shipped via air express po? Naliwanag po ba? Di ba ang ganda, Miss Season? For regular shipment, normally po, the clearance procedure is done after arrival. Maliwanag? So ito po, hindi pa dumarating, kiniklear na. Tama ba, Miss Season? Saan ka? Dun sa after arrival or prior arrival? Prior, kasi ibig sabihin, yung kargamento in transit pa lang, however, under the Air Express provision, prior arrival, it is already cleared. Tama? Now, insofar as Air Express shipment is concerned, there are two conditions before the shipment may be allowed, okay? May be allowed the privilege of simplified customs procedure and prior or pre-arrival clearance. Number one, the shipment is a time-sensitive shipment. Miss Mariano, can you give me an example of time-sensitive shipment? Miss Ablan, can you give me an example of time-sensitive shipment? Parang wala akong kausap pa. Miss Season, ikaw. Perishable goods sent via or shipped via aircraft. Tama, Miss Season? Dangerous goods, right? Human organs for donation. These are time sensitive. Why time sensitive? Because the release and transit is very fast. It cannot be delayed. Kaya po, time sensitive shipment. That's one of the requirement. If it is non-time sensitive shipment, tama po ba? Hindi po siya magka-qualify dito. Kailangan po the shipment or the goods should be classified as time-sensitive goods. And this applies only to air shipment. Tama ba, Mr. Pineda? Mr. Pineda? Okay. Question, Mr. Pineda. This applies only to air shipment. Why this is not applicable to sea freight shipment? O ngayon, kung mabagal po, kasi no one would be shipping via sea freight time sensitive, right? Kasi pag pinadala mo yan sa barko, it is no longer time sensitive shipment, right, Mr. Verano, Ms. Season? Tama po ba? Yes. So therefore, if a shipment is perishable items and shipped or dangerous items shipped via sea freight, that cannot qualify under Section 439 because 439 only applies to air freight shipment. So the first condition is it is time sensitive, and the second, okay, express shipment is to be processed by an air express cargo operators. Tama po ba? If not accredited, you cannot avail. Maliwanag po ba? So what are the benefits? Number one po, Okay, simplified customs procedure. Second po, prior clearance or prior arrival clearance po. Condition naman po, shipment should be time sensitive. And second condition is that it shall be processed and released by an accredited air cargo or air express cargo operators. Maliwanag po, guys? So you know the two privilege or privileges, and you know also what are the conditions before these two privileges may be availed of, right? Maliwanag po ba? Even prior release or even before payment of the duty and tax and other charges, another privilege po. General rule, when you release the shipment, you pay. Tama ba, Miss Season? But in air express shipment, okay, the duty shall not be paid even after release. However, the air express operator shall be required to post a ban. So, ibig sabihin yan, habang pinoprocess yung clearance, hindi pa dumarating, at nalaman na yung duties and taxes, the importer or the air express operator shall not be required to pay, but instead, you post a ban equivalent to our estimated duties, taxes, and other charges. That is another privilege, right? Ibig sabihin yan, hindi ka muna pagbabayarin kahit i-release yung kargamento mo, as long it is covered by 439. Klaro po, guys? Klaro po? Okay, so that's another privilege. Instead na magbayad ka kagad, mag-post ka na muna ng surety and i-release yung goods sa'yo. Ganun kasimple. 440 is another privilege. It is a new provision under the CMTA. Wala po ito nung may TCCP pa tayo. Advance or Establishment of Advanced Customs Clearance and Control Program. Okay, guys? Diba ang ganda? Pakibasa, Ms. Mungkal. Miss Season, what is the difference between 439 and 440? Well, what kind of sea freight shipment? No. Containerized. So, yun po yung gusto ko malaman. Insofar as 439 is concerned, it applies only to air. While in section 440, it applies to, okay, sea freight, full container load or containerized shipment. Right, Mr. Pineda? Okay, Mr. Pineda, what is now the similarity between 439 and 440? Yes, in either case or in both section 439 and 440, okay, it is subject to pre-arrival clearance or customs clearance. Di ba ang ganda? Maliwanag po ba? Maliwanag po? And it is the Bureau of Customs shall establish this particular program of the Bureau of Customs, Bureau of Customs. And this program is referred to Advanced Customs Clearance and Control Program. Yan po yung gagamitin. Again, before a shipment or an FCL shipment may qualify under Section 440. It is also a time-sensitive shipment. Perishable and, of course, dangerous goods ang pwedeng mag-avail nito. Miss Season, pwede ba dito yung human organs for donation sa 440? Miss Silvestre, pwede bang human organs mag-avail ng 440? Ay, hindi pala. Patay na yung tatanggap. Tagal niyan, di ba? At kung i-donate niyan, isang puso lang or isang baga lang, Diyos ko, nakalagay sa container. Paano yon, Miss Season? So, are you now changing or replacing your answer, Miss Season? Hindi na. Dahan-dahan kasi ng pagsagot. Ina-analyze po na. Diba? Biro mo isang container, puro, ano laman ng container, Mr. Pineda? Hindi po. Kung human organ po yan, aba, isang container na puro puso yan for donation. Ang daming puso na laman yan, Mr. Pineda. Kaya hindi po pwede ito sa human organ. Maliwanag? Imagine, isang puso i-donate sa isang tao dito sa Pilipinas, isasakay mo sa isang container. Naintindihan ba, Miss Season, Mr. Pineda? Hindi pwede. Kailangan po, doon ka sa 439. Right? Miss Silvestre, Miss Mariano? Diba, walang sumasagot sa akin. Wala yata akong kausap. Okay, next please. Now, insofar as the rules and regulation concerning advanced clearance, okay, advanced customs clearance and control program, hindi nakita ninyo hindi pa dumarating yung kargamento, i-clear na kagad ng BOC. Medyo, is this risky? Is this attended with risk, Mr. Pineda? Yes, there is risk here. Kasi ba, hindi pa dumarating yung kargamento, ikiniklear na ng BOC. Imagine hindi pa kung yan i-examinin, paano mo ma-examine yan? Nasa biyahe pa. So therefore, although there is advanced clearance, there is also a control program. Now, insofar as the details of this advanced customs clearance and control is concerned or are concerned, there must be rules and regulation to be issued by the Bureau of Customs. And the Bureau of Customs, before it issues rules and regulation, the Bureau is required to conduct a public hearings and consultation with the concerned sectors. Sino po yung makikinabang? Of course, importers, shipping lines, exporters, kung sino-sino po. Pero ang kadalasang makikinabang po dito is the importers, shipping lines. So kasama po ang Bureau of Customs employee dito sa concerned sectors. So therefore, before the Bureau of Customs issues the implementing rules and regulation of this, there must be a conduct of public hearing and consultation para po makuha lahat ng view and opinion of those sectors who will be benefiting and who will be affected by this advanced customs clearance and control program. Klaro, Mr. Pineda? So, hindi basta-basta ito. Kailangan po magkaroon ng implementing rules and regulation. Okay, kasi po, medyo risky po ito. Baka po, Miss Season, 440. Miss Season, can this be abused? So, if this can be the subject of abuse, it has to be controlled by the BOC. Yung pong abuse, that is the risk. Tama, Mr. Pineda? Okay, section 500 please. Let's now move on to, medyo, punta po tayo ng export po. Export clearance and formalities po. This is another chapter in customs clearance po. Pag sinabi pong customs clearance, it does not only apply to import po. It also applies to export. Okay, next please. 500 please. Mungkal. Okay, is this Miss, sandali lang po, dahan-dahan lang, Miss Mungkal. Miss Silvestre, 500 is similar to what particular section? Miss Silvestre, I'm asking you. Aba, nag-drop na ba si Miss Silvestre, Mr. Pineda? Wala na ba? Okay, I'll call someone. Miss Mariano, in which section 500 is similar to? Mr. Pineda, you. Saan pong section yung sinasabi ko? Section 400 po. Tignan ninyo yung section 400. Pakicheck nga, Miss Silvestre, yung section 400. Mr. Verano, section 400 po. Tama ba, Mr. Pineda, section 400? Miss Season. Kasi po, sa section 400 po, import po siya. Dadaan ka po ng customs office. Tama ba, Mr. Pineda? Miss Season, ng section 500 naman po, export. Dadaan ka rin po ba ng Bureau of Customs? Yes po. Siya naman. Now, under section 400, whether it is subject to duty or not, dadaan ka ng customs. In section 500 naman po, whether it is subject to export duty or not, maliwanag po ba? Dadaan ka pa rin ng Bureau of Customs. Clear, Miss Season? Miss Terpineda? In section 400, there is a requirement of goods declaration. In section 500 po, there is a requirement of export declaration. Tama po, Ms. Silvestre? Ms. Silvestre, I'm talking to you. Is there something wrong with the connection of Ms. Silvestre? Mr. Lopez, baka ano? Miss Mariano, you? Oh, wala akong kausap nga. Miss Mungkal, pag tinawag ko naman, sagot naman kagad eh. Isas naman, nagtatagal ako eh. Ayoko nang nagtatagal eh. Gusto ko pag tumawag ako, sagot kagad. Para naman ano eh. Kaya ako, naiinis na ako dito sa online na to. Kaya pag face-to-face talaga, ay nako, sabi ko sa inyo. Ano yon? Ano sabi mo, Miss Mariano? Miss Mongkal. So, 400 is similar to 500. Di ba ang ganda 400 versus 500? O, import versus export. Import duty, export duty. Tama po? Customs office, customs office. Ganun po. Dadaan po sila parehas. Pagdating po sa 400, goods declaration. Pagdating po sa section 500, okay, ano po? Export declaration. Pagdating po sa section 400, meron pong goods declaration, there must be also description. Tama po? Mr. Pineda, nakikita niyo yung point ko? Pinagko-compare ko yung dalawa. Di ba dali nung ginagawa ko sa inyo? Ewan ko sa inyo. Alam nyo, pag nag-aaral kayo, dapat meron ko yung technique. Ang dali lang pala ng 400 versus 500. Eh. Halos parehas lang. Pagkakaiba nila, import yung isa, export yung isa. Right, Ms. Mungkal? Now, in so far as import clearance or formality is required, the goods are also required to be described in the goods declaration. While in section 500, the export product is also required to be described not in the goods declaration but export declaration. Tama po ba, Ms. Mungkal? Now, with respect to the description of goods in import formalities under Section 400 and onwards, the purpose of sufficient and specific description is also the same purpose required under Section 500. Tama ba, Mr. Pineda? Mr. Berano? Sa import po, kailangan po sufficient and specific for purposes of 3. Number 1, valuation. Number 2, classification. And last is statistical purposes po. In Section 500, the same requirements, sufficient and specific, and purpose are also the same. Right, Ms. Season? Guys, I'm making your life easy para maintindihan ninyo. Pero you have to read also, and you also have to use your instinct and common sense sometimes po. Kasi pagka inasa niyo po sa akin lahat, hindi kayo makakalusot sa akin yan. Okay? Kasi unang-una, oo nga no, kung nabasa mo kagad yung 500, ba may kaparesto sa import? Ganun lang, instinct po minsan. Ang tawag ko doon, instinct eh. Para po maging madali yung pag-aaral. 501 please. Mungkal. Okay. Silvestre, okay na yung ano mo? Balik na. Okay. Akala ko hindi ka na babalik eh. Kung hindi ka na babalik, it's alright. Pwede kang bumalik anytime. What do you mean by standard grades, Miss Silvestre? Okay, so therefore, we're talking here of our product, Philippine products, right, Mr. Pineda? Tama po ba? Our Philippine products, when it is to be exported, what the law requires, it is also within the standard grades. And that standard grades is imposed by our government. And which government agencies establishes the grade or standard? The Bureau of Product Standard of the Department of Trade and Industry. Maliwanag po. Under the old rule, the District Collector of Customs shall not allow Philippine export products to be shipped to foreign country when it did not meet the standard and grades established by our government. Maliwanag po, kailangan po our goods, our Philippine products may not be the same with other foreign products, but at least it is within the standard grade and quality po. May season na lang ba ibig sabihin nun na at least, hindi naman kailangan napakaganda, at least within the standard grade and quality. Tama, Miss Season? And which government agencies certifies that Philippine export products ship is within the standard or grades? That government agency is the Bureau of Product Standard of the Department of Trade and Industry. Aside from the standard grade or quality that is required by 501, dapat po sumang-ayon yung goods natin sa standard. It must conform. Maliwanag po ba? Okay. The packaging of said goods shall likewise be properly labeled and marked in accordance with our rules, regulation, and related laws. Ibig sabihin po niyan, pag nilagay po yung goods or export products natin into a box, lalagyan po ng nakalagay doon, label, manufactured by, made in the Philippines, mga ganon. Okay? And if the goods are below standard or not properly labeled or marked, what is the effect, Ms. Silvestre? Ganun. Mr. Pineda, what is the effect if the export product did not pass the standard by BPS or it is not properly marked or labeled? What is the legal effect, Mr. Pineda? Yan po ang effect, Miss Silvestre, nasa baba po. Yan po tinatanong ko. Nanguhula ka na naman, o tinutumbok ko na po yung ilalim. Ibig sabihin po niyan, if there is a pending application of export declaration and the exporter has not complied with the standard or has not properly labeled or marked the goods, then the Bureau of Customs shall deny or disapprove the export declaration. Tama, Ms. Silvestre? Ha, tama, Ms. Silvestre? Ms. Silvestre, kailangan advance ka rin sa akin, kailangan magbabasa rin kayo. Mr. Labera, tama ba yung sinabi ko? Pagka hindi po nakapag-conform at hindi po nalagyan ng marking or label, Mr. Berano, the Bureau of Customs can deny and disapprove the export declaration. Tama po ba, Mr. Berano? If it is denied or if the ED or export declaration is denied, can it be shipped from the Philippines? Ms. Season? Of course not, kasi wala ka pong export declaration na approved. So that would be the effect. Disapprove yung ED mo, then you cannot send it abroad. Right? Mr. Pineda, tama? 502, Ms. Silvestre, Ms. Mungal, 502. Okay, so guys, if import declaration or import goods declaration is to be lodged electronically or in some instances, it can be filed manually. Then, under Section 502, the general rule, lodgement of export declaration shall be also made electronically. But in some instances, pag nasira po yung internet or system ng BOC, then, okay, it can be filed manually. Naintindihan, Mr. Halos parehas na parehas po sila sa goods declaration. Goods po, goods declaration, it is normally lodged electronically, but in some instances, it can be lodged or filed manually. But in export declaration, it can be, or it is normally lodged also through, okay, electronically, and in some reason or in some instances, it can be filed manually. Now, exporter normally lodges their ED through the value-added service provider, provided that the exporter is a CPRS or CPRS accredited or holder. Client Profile Registration System. ED is lodged through value-added service provider, then the value-added service provider sends it to the export division of the BOC or the PIL Export Foundation. Guys, nakikita ba? Ito po yung procedure. Exporter who is a CPRS holder lodges the export declaration through the value-added service provider, kung meron man. Then the value-added service provider transmit the information, details of the ED to the export division of the BOC or through the PIL Export Foundation. Yan po ang procedure. Mr. Berano, what if there is a internet connection breakdown? Ano po ang mangyayari? Okay. Alin po ang mawawala dito sa procedure na ito? Mr. Berano. Yes, opo, ito po yung mawawala. Tama po, exporter goes here. Mawawala po siya. Kasi po, sira ang computer or sira ang internet. Did you get it, Ms. Silvestre? Okay, very good. Now, let's now move on to section 503, please. Ms. Mungkal. So, currently, the Association of Southeast Asian Nation, okay, is composed of 10 states or countries. BIM, ito po yung sinasabi ko sa iyo, yung ASEAN member state. Nakikita po ba, Miss Mungkal, yung illustration ko sa board? Can you see my illustration on the board? Okay. BIM PST, siyam lang po sila. Pero sa actual po talaga, 10 sila. Maliwanag po. Okay. If the importer is from the Philippines and import goods from any of this country, let's say from Brunei, Indonesia, Malaysia, okay? Singapore, Thailand, Myanmar, Laos, Vietnam, or Cambodia. And, so, ang importer po nasaan, Miss Season? Okay. Ang exporter nasaan? Nandito po sa side na to. Tama po ba, Miss Season? If the exporter, nagbenta po si exporter kay importer, and if the exporter secures a CO, Certificate of Origin, from the government of the exporting country, let's say the exporter is from Thailand, and the exporter was able to secure a certificate of origin issued by the Thailand government, certifying that the goods really originated from Thailand, at ito pong kopya ng CO na ipadala niya sa importer dito sa Pilipinas, then the importer can avail of a privilege of free from customs duty po. Naintindihan po? Naintindihan po ba? So, pag may CO po, ito sinasabi ko lang sa inyo, ASEAN to ha. Hindi ko na isinama ang Pilipinas dito, pangit naman kasi pag sinama ko pa. Tama ba, Mr. Pineda? Kaya po, siyam na lang yan. Dapat po 10 yan. Membership is 10. However, in my illustration, siyam na lang po sila. Hindi naman po pwedeng si Philippine importer mag-i-import sa Philippine importer. Nakakatawa naman. Tama ba, Miss Season? So, therefore, if the Philippine importer or the Philippine importer receives a CO that was secured by the exporter from his or from her government, let's say Thailand, then CO shall be transmitted by the exporter to the importer. And the importer now goes with the BOC, files the goods declaration, and attach the CO for purposes of exemption from customs duty. Bat na lang po ang babayaran niya. Tama po? Now, balik na rin naman po natin para magkaintindihan tayo. No? Kanina po, sino po ang importer, Miss Season? Okay, sino po ang exporter? Dito po, no, dito po sa side. Ngayon, gagawin naman natin, baguhin naman natin, exporter is importer. Tama? Miss Season? Now, if the exporter from the Philippines sold goods to any importer from these countries, and the exporter was able to secure a certificate of origin from the Philippine government, ito pong CO, ipapadala po dito. Tama po ba, Ms. Season? Okay, the same thing, right? Then the importer, upon receipt of the certificate of origin issued by the Philippine government, certifying that the goods came and originated from the Philippines, then the importer can also avail of the same privilege, exemption from duty. Maliwanag po. Ganun po yung mechanics ng certificate. Naintindihan nyo na ngayon kung bakit may mga CO, para saan po ba yung CO. Tama po ba? Okay? Now, question, who can issue the certificate of origin if it is export product is coming from or the product is coming from the Philippines. Sino po ang pwedeng mag-issue? Yes, Mrs. Sylvester, sino pwedeng mag-issue? Which government agency can issue the certificate of origin kung galing po ng Pilipinas yung product po? Okay, number 1 po, BOC po. Ayan po. Guys, syempre BOC po. O susunod po dyan, pwede po ang BOI po. Yan, Board of Investment. Then another, if it is or if the exporter is registered with the BOI and the exporter export products, then the BOI can certify and issue a certificate of origin. Tama ba, Ms. Season? Pagka po registered si exporter with the BOI. Ms. Season? Now, if the exporter is registered with PESA, it is PESA that will issue the certificate of origin. Right, Mr. Pineda? At meron po dyan sinatawag na ano nakalagay dyan, Mr. Pineda? Self-certification po. Sino po ang mag-i-issue nitong self-certification? It is the exporter. Yes po, exporter. Provided that the exporter is accredited with the BOC, BOI, PESA po. Did you get it po? Self-certification po. Self-certification issued by the exporter certifying that the Philippine export products really came from or originated from the Philippines po. Klaro po, guys? Klaro po? Klaro po? Okay, good. Next please. Ayan, nakalagay po dito, PESA is authorized to issue certificate of origin. Actually, kasama po dapat dyan ang BOI, BOC. Ayan, di sa libre ninyo, 261, page 261, Mr. Pineda. Tama po ba? Under letter H, PESA is authorized to issue certificate of origin. Kaya lang po, yung BOI po, hindi po nabanggit. Kasi po, dati po, nakakapag-issue sila. Ewan ko lang po ngayon, no? Maliwanag po, guys. Maliwanag po, guys. Okay. Now, are we done now with the export, Ms. Silvestre? Okay, can we now proceed to customs transit and transshipment po? Ms. Mungkal, chapter 1. Let's go to section 600. Ms. Mungkal, sandali lang po, sandali lang po. Kasi po, tatanong pa ako. Salita ka agad, salita, hindi pa ako nakakapag. Wag muna, may tatanong pa. Can you define to me or to us what is customs transit or transit po? Okay, so a transit means a customs procedure under which the goods in its original form under customs control are transported or transferred from one customs office to another customs office, from one customs office to a CBW From one customs office to a prison po. Yun po yung definition niyan actually. Now, let's move on to section 600, Miss Munggal. Okay, sandali lang po, sandali lang po, dahan-dahan. Miss Mungkal, wag paspas, hihinto ka rin. Now, if the goods are intended for consumption, then it is not allowed to be transit or it is not to be covered by a transit po. Hindi po pwede. Kasi po, pag sinabi pong customs or consumption, pag dumating po sa Port of Manila yan at nakalagay po yan that is intended for consumption, then you cannot file a request for transit. Ang pwede mo lang pong i-file is a consumption entry wherein the duties and taxes shall be paid. Maliwanag po ba? But if it is not intended for consumption, it is intended for warehousing or it is intended for transfer or transit, then customs transit shall be allowed. Maliwanag po ba? Maliwanag po ba? Okay, another requirements before customs transit. Let's now move on to what are those covered by a customs transit. Miss Mungkal, go. Okay, sandali lang po, dahan-dahan lang ha. Okay. Mindanao to Luzon. Bisaya to Luzon. Ang tawag po dyan is from one port of entry to another port of entry. Because Visayas is a port of entry, Mindanao is also a port of entry, Luzon is also a port of entry. Kung manggagaling po dito yung export products, padadala dito sa Luzon for outright exportation, that is allowed. Maliwanag po? Meaning, the transit may be from one port of entry to another port of entry. Specifically, when the goods to be shipped is for outright exportation. And outright exportation is defined also under Section 102, right, Ms. Mungkal? Okay. With respect to letter B, okay, from one port of entry or from port of entry to another port of entry, tama po ba? Or inland customs office. Okay? Bisaya Customs Office to Luzon Customs Office po. Pwede po ba yan? Yes po. Pwede po yan. Letter C. Okay. Yung kanina po sa number 1, galing po dito ang exit. Dito po galing, dito po ang exit. This time, a customs office located in Luzon, ang exit po ng outright exportation is here. Baligtad po yan. Letter C po. Maliwanag po? Season, tignan mo yung parehas ba? Letter A po. Dito po galing yung export papunta dito sa Luzon. Dito naman po, sa letter C, galing po ng Luzon Customs Office, papunta po ng Visayas or Mindanao. Tama po ba? Yes po, binaligtad po yan. Pwede po yan. Letter D, Ms. Mungkal. So, another situation wherein a transit is allowed under letter D from one port of entry or inland customs office to another port of entry or inland. From one bureau of customs, from one customs district to another customs district. Tama po ba? Ang sabi po dyan, let's say, ito po no, from Port of Manila to Port of Batangas. From NAIA to Clark, customs po. Yan po yung sinasabi dyan. Did you get it, Miss Silvestre? So if the goods imported has arrived at the Port of Manila, as long it is not intended for consumption in Manila, then transit or transfer may be allowed from Port of Manila to Port of Batangas. And if the goods arrive at NAIA and the goods is not really intended for consumption at NAIA, then the importer may apply for a transfer or transit from NAIA to Clark. Maliwanag, Mr. Pineda? Okay. So, a transit permit or a customs transit permit is required. Ibig sabihin po dyan, guys, kahit ano pong sitwasyon sa ABCD po, a TSAD is required before transit or transfer from any of the ABCD shall be allowed by the BOC. Meaning, if you're the importer, you have to apply and secure the approved transit single administrative document. Did you get it, Miss Silvestre? Okay. Pakibasa nga, Miss Mongkal. So, ibig sabihin yan, sige. So, what's the rule? Without approved TSAD, no transfer. Right, Mr. Pineda? Okay. So, if the rule is that no transfer or transit shall be allowed, okay, hindi pinayagan, from Port of Manila to Port of Batangas, hindi pinayagan, ay hindi pwede kasi ayaw ng customs. Or, there is a problem. Baka po, the goods are really intended for consumption in Port of Manila. Did you get it? Maliwanag po. So, prior transfer is allowed to Port of Batangas. One of the requirement is there must be an approved TSAD. Maliwanag, guys? Maliwanag, guys? Guys, sagot. Okay. Another requirement, o kung meron kang approved ng TSAD, can you immediately transmit or transfer the goods from Port of Manila to POB or NAIA to Clark? Another requirement is required. If what is to be transferred is a container, before goods or before this container may be withdrawn for transit to Port of Batangas, the door has to be sealed, or a fastening device shall be attached or installed at the back of the container. Tama po, Mr. Pineda, yan po yung second requirement. First requirement, TSAD approved. Second requirement, before it leaves Port of Manila, the container should be properly sealed and a fastening device shall be installed. Now, Miss Sablan, ito po ang Port of Manila, dadalhin po ng Port of Batangas. How many hours is the travel from Port of Manila to Port of Batangas? Siguro po, nasa mga 5 to 6 hours po. Lalo na po pagka-container po. Tama ba, Miss Sablan? during the transit or travel of the truck, kasi po, isasakay po sa truck yan, ibabiyahe from Port of Manila to Batangas, tama, Silvestre? Sino po ang magre-release? Port of Manila. Sino po ang tatanggap, Mr. Pineda? Okay, good, very good. Gusto ko, nagkakaintindihan kagad tayo. Now, assuming that transit time or travel time from Port of Manila to Port of Batangas is 5 hours, can there be an incident, or can there be an incident, or can there be anything goes during transit? Sir Pineda, ang tinatanong, can there something happen? Ulitin ko po, during transit po, papunta po ng Port of Manila to Port of Batangas, bumabiyahe po yung truck. Can there be an incident, or can the goods be the subject of an incident po? Anong pwedeng mangyari sa goods during transit from Port of Manila to Port of Batangas? Mr. Relebo, nandiyan ka ba? Mr. Relebo, nandiyan ba si Mr. Relebo? Si Mr. Paras ba nandyan? Sino ba in charge ng checking ng attendance dito? Who's in charge of checking the attendance? Ikaw. Si Mr. Paras, nandyan ba? Si Miss Roma ba nandyan? Roma. Si Mr. Relebo. Wala rin. Si Mr. Tanglao, kanina nandyan, nakita ko. Okay, Mr. Pineda, take charge of the attendance, ha? Mr. Pineda? Okay. Oh, ano ang pwedeng mangyari sa kargamento from Port of Manila to Port of Batangas? Okay, anong mabuksan? Yung container mo na bubuksan, buksan ka kagad, ang bilis-bilis mo. So, removal or withdrawal from Port of Manila to Port of Batangas of this container is without payment of duties and taxes. Maliwanag ba? So, during transit, there can, or something can happen to the goods inside the container. Bubuksan yung container, papalitan. Tama ba, Miss Season? Now, to avoid that situation, before this container is allowed to depart from Port of Manila, the container shall be subject to a customs seal or fastening device. Kaya po yung Port of Manila, siya maglalagay ng seal dito, at yung Port of Batangas, titignan po ngayon yan kung yung seal po intact pa pagdating sa Port of Batangas. Maliwanag po ba? Now, if the shipment or the container arrives at the Port of Batangas with broken seal, there is something wrong, right, Miss Season? Napalitan kaya? Malamang po, ganun po ang suspecha. That's the purpose of the condition number 2. Okay? Maliwanag po. So therefore, there must be an approved TSAD and the BOC shall affix a seal or affix a fastening device. Pagdating naman po sa NAIA, kung karton lang po yan, hindi po container, ganun din po, may selyo pa rin po yan. Before NAIA releases it for transit to Clark. And Clark Customs, upon arrival of this package, must see to it that the seal attached by NAIA Customs is still intact. Next paragraph, Ms. Mungkal. Okay. Ito po yung, andali lang, Miss Mungkal. Miss Mungkal, every sentence, hihinto ka, magpopos ka, ha? Kanina pa kita, malapit na kita makutusan. Ang office where the goods are to be withdrawn for transit is this. Tama, Mr. Pineda? Destination is this, right, Mrs. Son? Okay. Now, guys, the responsible party here are the following. Number 1, the importer who applied for the transit or transfer. Another is the common carrier. Kasi po, isasakay po sa truck yan. Tama ba, Mr. Pineda? Common carrier means the trucking company that will transport the goods. And finally, of course, the customs guard in charge of accompanying the goods from here to here and from NAIA to Clark. May kasama pong customs guard. Yan po yun. So therefore, the party responsible for the compliance of the obligation imposed on customs transit shall ensure that upon arrival of the goods into the office or destination, the seal and the fastening device are intact po. Maliwanag po? Maliwanag po? Maliwanag po? So, kailangan pagdating ng container dito, yung selyo hindi sira. Pagdating dito, hindi rin po sira yung seal and fastening device installed or affixed by the Bureau of Customs NAIA. Next paragraph, please. Okay, guys. Saan ba punta itong container, Miss Season? Port of Batang. Missy. Isa ka pa rin eh. Malapit-lapit ka na rin sa akin eh. Galing ng Port of Manila, dadalhin pa rin ng Port of Manila. Of course, Port of Batangas, destination po yun. Saan galing yung... Saan papunta yung NAIA? Papunta ng Clark po. Tama ba, Miss Season? Magme-menopause na kagad ako sa inyo na itong ganitong ginagawa ninyo sa, sa pag-aaral ninyo eh. So therefore, another condition is imposed with respect to transfer. It should be brought to Port of Batangas, no other place po. Pag ito dinala po sa ibang lugar, hindi po sa Batangas, is there a violation? Yes po. There is a violation. That is called what? Diversion po. Maliwanag po. Oh, nakalagay po dyan, to follow, okay, the prescribed itinerary, yung pupuntahan po, dapat po, Port of Batangas, dinala mo sa ibang lugar. Is there a violation? There is a violation po. And when the period or prescribed itinerary has not been complied either by ICC, hindi po mangyayari ito eh. Ito po lang ang pwedeng gumawa nun or this one. Then, if that is committed by the importer or a common carrier, the duties and taxes, other charges shall be immediately collected by the Bureau of Customs against the importer. And aside from collecting the duties, taxes, and other charges, the BOC shall impose the imposable fine, surcharge, or penalties po. And penalties po. Ganun po ang effect niyan. Maliwanag, Miss Silvestre? Okay. Ito po, ang kaso po dito, dinala sa ibang lugar. Okay? Yung second po naman is non-compliance of the schedule of delivery. Okay, kung umalis po kahapon ng NAIA, 127, tama po ba? 2021, and it should be delivered on the same day. 127, however, it was delivered on 129. Nako, meron pong problema. Period of delivery. Ilang araw na delay, Mr. Pineda? Like 2 days. Tama ba, Mr. Pineda? And would you, kung ikaw ang taga-Clark, would you suspect something? Yes, of course. Oh, what happened to the 2 days? Something may have been, okay, may have happened during the 2 days delay. Tama po ba? Maaring hindi mo nga nasira yung selyo, nagawa mo ng paraan na sinira mo yung selyo or yung seal, tapos napalitan mo yung laman at naibalik mo ng parang walang nangyari sa selyo. That's what's happened. Is that possible, Mr. Pineda, Miss Season? Yes po. Saintindihan ninyo, baka kayo, pagdating ng araw, kayo ang re-receive, nakita ninyo, intact naman yung selyo Kaya lang po, na-delay. Tama ba, Mr. Pineda? Kaya po, kung na-delay siya, teka muna. Ang sabi po dito, non-compliance of the delivery period will subject immediately the goods to be or transited or transferred to duties, taxes, and other charges, plus fines, penalties, and surcharge po. Nakita nyo, delay lang po. Kaya po, pag sinabi ng customs, dito po sa NAIA or Port of Manila, kailan makarating yan ngayong araw na to? And the importer did not comply, then the importer shall be penalized. Or, dapat mong dalhin sa Port of Batangas yan, or sa NAIA, dinala mo kung saan yan. May problema ka. Right, Miss Mungkal? Okay, very good. Now, punta po kayo dito sa 269 ng libro ninyo. Letter F po, appendix po. Pakibasa nga, Mr. Pineda, yung page 269, appendix, letter A po. Letter A. Wag na po nating isa-isahin. Kung maglalagay po kayo ng lock sa bahay, kailangan po, Miss Season, pag-aalis ka ng bahay at ilalagyan mo siya ng kandado, anong klaseng kandado ikakabit mo? Gawa sa papel or gawa sa plastic? Yes, ito po yung requirements regarding seals and fastening device. Naintindihan ninyo ba? Okay. Letter D po, Mr. Pineda. Letter D. Letter D, dog. So, pag sinira mo siya, hindi mo na siya maibabalik. Tama ba, Mr. Pineda? Okay? Pag ginamit mo siyang beses, hindi mo na siya magagamit uli. Yan yung letter E. So therefore, whenever seals or fastening device are placed by the Bureau of Customs regarding transit cargo, the following condition and requirements of the seal and fastening device shall be observed by the Bureau of Customs. Maliwanag po ba? Pwede rin po namang plastic. Yes po, pwede pong plastic. However, once that plastic is broken, it cannot be placed anymore. Ibig sabihin po niyan, pagka po yan plastic ang ginamit mo doon sa container, it's sinara, at binuksan mo yung pintuan, siguradong masisira yung plastic seal. Right, Mr. Pineda? So, hindi mo na magagamit yung seal, hindi mo na maibabalik uli na nakalak siya. Tama po ba? And again, pagdating po sa port of destination or office of destination, oy, iho, sira ang seal. Then, section 600 shall immediately be applied. Pagdududahan ka, bakit nasira yan? Okay, malamang pagbayarin ka kagad ng duties and taxes and other charges plus fine, penalties, and surcharge for breaking the seal. Yan po ang magiging epekto. Next please, section 601, please. Mungkal, dahan-dahan mismungkal ang pagbabasa. Pag may period, huminto ka, ha? Nakakailan ka na sa akin, ha? Nakikita ba yung illustration ko, guys? Can you see my illustration? Can you see my illustration, guys? Guys, pakisagot. Silvestre, can you see this? Pakiayos naman yung connection ninyo. Sakit sa tenga eh. Dahan-dahan lang. Ang ginamit, what I have used here, or what I have drawn here, is Port of Manila. Guys, pwede po kahit sa Port of Batangas, Port MICP, naiya po, pwede po magkaroon ng transit. But I have used Port of Manila. Okay? As my example. Under Section 601, duty and tax on goods intended for transit po. Okay? If I were the importer, or if I were the party concerned, I can apply for a transfer or transit po. Una pong transit that may be applied and who may apply is the importer of raw materials of this customs bonded manufacturing warehouse. If the shipment came from or arrived and discharged at Port of Manila, if I were the importer and I am also the operator of that CBMW, and my CBMW is located outside or far from Port of Manila, I, the importer, can apply for a transfer of this shipment from Port of Manila to my warehouse here. Ang gagamitin po dyan is also a TSAD din po. Maliwanag po, guys? Maliwanag po. Guys, sumagot kayo. If I were the public bonded warehouse, okay, and this container is loaded with several goods consigned to several consignees, and this is, okay, my container as public bonded warehouse, the operator of that public bonded warehouse can also apply for transit po. From here, ililipat yung container sa public bonded warehouse. Did you get it? Paliwanag po. Now, if this container is discharged at the Port of Manila and the importer is located in Cebu, the importer from Cebu can apply for transfer from Port of Manila and this container be transferred from here to Port of Cebu Customs Office. Did you get it? Pwede po yan. Okay. Now, if this container is discharged at the Port of Manila and the importer is a PESA enterprise or locator located in, let's say, dito po sa atin, sa Clark, that importer can also apply for a transit or TSAD from here, this be transferred to this. Maliwanag po. So, yun po yung mga transit, possible transit destination. Did you get it? Did you get it? Now, so in all those cases, whenever there is a transfer, okay, there must be an approved TSAD. Tama po ba? Tama po ba? And before transferred is allowed, there must be seal and fastening device. Tama po ba? And the responsible party must observe the itinerary and the delivery period po. Yun po yung mga kondisyones na walang delay, dapat dadalhin mo kung saan papunta talaga. Naintindihan, guys? Miss Season, naintindihan? Okay. Miss Pineda, naintindihan ba yung lecture ko? Late ka pumasok, ha? Nakita kita, late kang dumating. Mr. Pineda, i-late mo si Miss Pineda, ha? Late ng 30 minutes, Mr. Pineda. Tanda mo yung sinabi ko sa iyo, ha? Miss Pineda, are you there? Wala akong pakialam doon, siya. I don't need explanation. Basta late ka, ilista mo doon, late. Late na siya na ng 35 minutes. Dagdagan natin lang. Okay, very good. At least alam mo, no? I'm monitoring you. And all of you, guys. Now, ito, if this is only located, let's say Port of Manila, ito located dito sa Minabotas, ang transfer po niyan is by land po. Truck lang po ang gagamitin. Maliwanag ba, Mr. Pineda? Ito naman po, kung ito pong CBMW, nasa Paranaque, ang lipat po niyan, by land din po. Truck din po ang gagamitin. Right? Miss Season, from Port of Manila, let's say, PESA Clark. Ano po ang transport? Is it by land or by air? Less land po, wala naman po eroplano dito. Kukuha ng truck dito, dadalhin po ng Clark. Dadaan po by land. Now, question, Miss Season. If the transfer is to be made, okay, from Port of Manila to Port of Cebu, ano po ang transfer po? Is it by land or by sea? Yes, of course. Ano pong gagamitin? Is it a truck or a vessel? Of course, vessel. Nalimutin na. Naintindihan ba? This container has been transported by a foreign vessel. Okay. Foreign vessel 1. And its destination is only up to Port of Manila. Maliwanag po? Maliwanag po. Now, nandyan po yung 10668. Okay, an act allowing foreign vessels to transport and co-load foreign cargoes for domestic transshipment and for other purposes. O, ito po yan. Dalawang vessels po ang involved. Foreign vessel 1, foreign vessel 2. Ito po hanggang Port of Manila lang. Ito po, hindi lang po Port of Manila, papunta rin po siya ng Cebu. So ngayon, if there would be a transshipment or transit of this container bound for Cebu, from Port of Manila to Cebu, yung kargamento na ito, pwede po siyang ikarga dito, which is going to Cebu. That is allowed under 10668. Maliwanag po, ang tawag po dyan sa 10668 na yan is the co-loading act po. Or the so-called kabotahe Mamaya matanong kayo dito sa board eh. Kabotahe law. C-A-B-O-T-A-J-E. Kabotahe law. The co-loading law. Sabihin, binaba ito dito sa Port of Manila, pwedeng isa ka ito sa foreign vessel, papunta ng Port of Cebu. Maliwanag po ba? Now, in case there would be a transit from Port of Manila to public bonded warehouse, CBMW, Cebu, PESA, the rule is very clear. There shall be no collection of duties and taxes at the port of entry. Where is the port of entry? Port of Manila po. Maliwanag po ba? Maliwanag po? Wala po. Kasi po exempted siya because it is what? A transit po. Now, CBMW, pagka raw materials po, ang requirements po, para po makalibre siya sa duties and taxes, the raw materials has to be converted into finished product and the finished product exported. Tama ba, Ms. Season? Now, insofar as PESA po, ganun din po ang requirement. The PESA has to convert raw materials into finished product and the finished product is to be exported para po ma-exempt si PESA locator or PESA enterprise. Tama po ba? Maliwanag po. Now, PBW or Public Bonded Warehouse, pag inilipat po ito, and these goods belong to A, importer B, importer C, importer D. Tama po ba? Kasi po, naka-consign sa Public Bonded Warehouse, but the contents is consigned to different person. Maliwanag po? Maliwanag po. If letter A asks for withdrawal of the goods for consumption, A should pay the duties and taxes before the goods are withdrawn from the public bonded warehouse. Naintindihan, guys? Maliwanag po? Yes. If B, so ito po, kaya po sinasabi, hindi po yung container ha, kasi pagdating po ng container dito, yung pong container na yan, bubuksan po, It shall be stripped. Tapos, dadalhin po sa warehouse ng public bonded warehouse. Tapos, ipapasok yung mga karton, box, package, consigned to A, B, C, D. If A is withdrawing the carton from public bonded warehouse for domestic consumption, A should pay the duties and taxes. If B is withdrawing it, importer B is withdrawing it from the public bonded warehouse, and if B is a PESA locator or a PESA enterprise, then B can apply for what? A transfer. Nakita nyo, nilipat na dito. Dito, ang nag-file ng transfer, it's the operator of this. Dito po, ang magpa-file ng transfer from this is a PESA locator. That is allowed po. Pwede po yan. Did you get it? Pwede po yan. If C is a CBMW, then C can also apply for a transit from this to the warehouse of the operator of that CBMW. Maliwanag po? Maliwanag po? Maliwanag ha? If D is an importer in, let's say, in Batangas or located in Batangas, then D can also apply for a transit from this to Port of Batangas po. Yan po yan. So those are the scenario that I am giving you in the future that you will be facing. Ito naman po sa Cebu, ganun din po. Kung for consumption siya, then bayad ka ng duties and taxes. Kung papunta ng PESA locator in Cebu, then you apply also transit. If it is consigned to a CBMW operator, then you can apply for, or the operator can apply for transit. Or if it is, so yan, parang ito, from Cebu, papunta uli ng Batangas, malabo na yata yun. Kung Cebu, hanggang Cebu na lang yan. Ito, pwede. Pero ito, from Port of Manila, lipat mo ng Cebu, tapos from Cebu, ililipat mo na naman ng Batangas. Parang hindi na po siya papayagan. Parang may iba na ang plano ng importer. Okay? They can that any condition and security required by the Bureau are complied with. Oh, whenever there is a transfer or transit, again, it shall be subject to a security. Number 1, may selyo po. Meron pong fastening device. Klaro po, guys? Klaro po, guys? Okay, now, under the last paragraph, ito po yung sinasabi ko sa inyo, yung first vessel, foreign vessel 1, foreign vessel 2. Yan po yung sinasabing co-loading act. Ang magbabiyahe, hindi ito, kasi hanggang Port of Manila lang, ang magbabiyahe, ito, nagpunta sa Port of Manila, papunta rin po ng Port of Cebu, ililipat po yung kargamento. Pagkababa po doon sa Port of Manila, mag-a-apply po ng transit si importer, pwedeng isakay yung kargamento na to kay foreign vessel 2. Dadalhin po ng Port of Cebu. Yan po yung Republic Act 10668 po. Maliwanag? Last paragraph, Miss Wa. Miss Mungkal, you. For goods for cost. Oh, yan. So therefore, if the goods are not intended for transit, but intended for consumption, it will not be allowed transit or transfer. Naintindihan po ba? Maliwanag po ba? Now, if the goods are intended for transit, however, the importer failed to comply with the condition. Ano po yung condition? Hindi po na-aprobahan yung TSAD niya? Maliwanag po ba? Maliwanag po ba? Ganun lang po kasimple. Yan po ang sabi sa Section 800 po. Maliwanag po? Maliwanag po. Or if the BOC cannot seal or affix or fasten it, isara. Okay, ibig sabihin po dyan, the condition is not complied with or the security is not complied with either by the importer or by the Bureau of Customs, then the transit shall not be allowed. What is the effect? Kung dumating po sa Port of Manila yan, babayaran mo na kagad yung duties and taxes sa Port of Manila. Did you get it? Kasi po, hindi pinayagang i-transfer. Maliwanag po. Maliwanag po. Next, 602 please. Miss Silvestre. Sandali lang, Miss Silvestre. May aso po yata, may background. Tama po ba? Miss Silvestre. Pakipatay mo nga yung aso. Okay, go. 602, Miss Silvestre. Kanino ba yung aso? Kanino ba yung aso na yan? Next time, patayin mo yan. Mismong kalgo. Period. Sabi ko na, babatukan na kita, malapit na kita makutusan. Yung recitation mo sa akin, yung masi 70 ngayon, mismong kal. Hindi ka marunong mag-post. Dahan! Gusto niya, magbasahan na lang tayo, wala nang lecture. Ikaw, gusto mo, Mr. Pineda, basa na lang tayo dito? Ang hinan, kanina pa ako, di ba sabi ko, kada period, dinto muna, kasi explain ko, himayin ko sa inyo, makakainis naman. Parang nawawalan tuloy ako ng gana sa inyo. Di ba, Mr. Pineda, pangit naman na, ano ito, babasahin ko. Gusto mo, ganun, Mr. Pineda? Hindi ko explain? Ikaw, Miss Season, ay, naku naman, Diyos ko naman, ito kayo, kasi unang-una, ililiwanagin ko muna. Now, before goods may be withdrawn and transported and transit from this place, the importer shall, importer po letter I po ang gagamitin ko, shall be required to post a carrier's ban or a general transportation surety or security ban. Okay, maliwanag po. How much? 50,000 po. Kailan po dapat i-post yun? Bago po i-withdraw yung container na ito. The importer shall post a GTSB, General Transportation Security Ban, amounting to 50,000 pesos po. Okay? That particular GTSB amounting to 50,000, ulitin ko, GTSB, General Transportation Security, actually surety ban po yan, amounting to 50K po. Yan po yun. Okay? Now, that particular ban is an assurance that the goods withdrawn from this is to be delivered to any of this without delay po. Maliwanag po? Maliwanag po. Ayan po, immediate delivery of goods to customs officer. Kung si district collector po ang nagpakawala ng kargamento from Port of Manila, it has to be delivered to the assigned customs officer here, district collector here, district collector or customs officer here. Did you get it, Miss Season? Miss Season! So, ibig sabihin, kung si District Collector ng Customs ang nagpakawala or it is the District Collector of Customs who approved the withdrawal and release for transit of goods from here to public banded warehouse, ang tatanggap po niyan, the customs officer concerned there. Okay? And if it is CBMW, the customs officer assigned here. And para sa Cebu, it is the District Collector of Customs. Or if it is PESA, then District Collector or the Customs Officer assigned at the PESA po. Maliwanag po, without delay po. Immediate po kagad, nakalagay po dyan. Maliwanag po? Maliwanag po? Okay. Guys, napaka-komplikado nitong section na ito, kaya mahirap po ituro ito, kaya nga ayaw nila ito, kasi pag wala pang experience sa paglalabas ng kargamentong ganito, mahirapan po. Okay? Now, another condition that is imposed by Section 602, aside from the GTSB, is delivery without delay. Immediate po ang delivery to the customs officer at the port of destination. Kung kanino po dapat papunta, port of destination is, let's say, papunta po ng PBW, ang tatanggap yun, nandun pong customs officer na naka-assign. Maliwanag po ba? Kaya nakalagay po dyan, customs officer. It may be the district collector or it may be a customs officer. And another condition is before withdrawal of goods from Port of Manila, there must be payment. Tama po ba, Miss Season? Ano po ang babayaran dito sa Port of Manila? Hindi po. Yung pong GTSB po is only a bond, a piece of paper to be bought, to be secured from a surety bond company. Wala pong babayaran dyan. Ang babayaran lang po ng importer is a certain percentage of 50,000. Pero wala pong, yung babayaran po na yon regarding GTSB is not to be paid with the BOC. It is to be paid by the party issuing the GTSB. And it is the surety bond company. Ngayon, ano po yung sinasabi dito? And the payment of pertinent customs charges and expenses and other transfer costs. Ano po yon? Does it, sandali lang po, magtatanong po ako para medyo may klaro po tayo. Does it include duties, taxes, and other charges po? Bakit po? No, my question. Yes, assuming hindi po siya kasama. Bakit po? Hindi po kasama ang duties and taxes. Bakit po? Ganito po yan. Tama po yung sagot mo. Tama, Mr. Pineda? Kaya po libre sa, wala pong babayaran duties and taxes because Section 601. Tama po ba? Tama ba, Mr. Pineda? Tama ba, Mr. Verano? Tama ba, Mr. Sosa? So, this payment to be made by the importer shall not include duties and taxes because Section 601 po ang nag-a-apply kasi po ito po is withdrawal not for consumption, withdrawal for transit. Right, Ms. Season? Yan ang sagot po. Sir, kaya po wala pong duties and taxes yan kasi po the withdrawal is not for consumption because the withdrawal is for transit under Section 601. Okay. It may be transferred or goods from this area, from Port of Manila, may be transferred to any of those. Tama po ba, Miss Season, Miss Silvestre? Tapos po yung kargamento, it's either isasakay po sa truck or sa vessel. Tama po ba, Miss Silvestre? Okay, to make sure that the goods withdrawn from Port of Manila shall be delivered to its final destination. Kailangan po may kasamang ano po yan, Miss Decision? Okay. And the customs guard is with... Tama po ba? Ano yung TN? Okay. So, therefore, kung si Miss Silvestre ang assign na customs guard at there is a need for customs guard Silvestre to accompany, kailangan po yan, normal na process po yan. There is a need for Miss Silvestre as the assigned customs guard from this to this, to this, to this, to this, then Miss Silvestre should go on board either truck or vessel. Tama po ba, Miss Season? What is the purpose? To make sure that the goods withdrawn from Port of Manila are really delivered to its destination. Tama po ba? Babantayan niya. Now, pag sumama si Miss Silvestre, may gastos po ba si Miss Silvestre? Of course, pakakainin mo yan. Mahihirap kakain yan. Kung kumain yan, may 3 beses sa loob ng isang araw o 4 na beses, aba, kanino pong gastos yun? It is the importer po. Yun po yung mga customs charges and expenses and transfer cost po. Maliwanag po? Kung kailangan mag-overtime si Miss Silvestre, babayaran po yun ng importer. Are you getting me? Miss Mungkal, Berano. So, yun po yun. Wala pong duties and taxes na involved dito, right? Okay. Naintindihan ninyo, ha? Mr. Pineda, pag nasa truck po, let's say po, ang truck po ang hahatak ng container, sino po ang kasama ni Miss Silvestre kung sakasakali? Truck driver and helper. Hindi po, truck driver po, common carrier po magdadala niyan, Mr. Berano and Mr. Pineda. Ikaw yung helper, Mr. Pineda, Mr. Berano, ikaw yung truck driver. At si Miss Silvestre sasama sa'yo kasi siya ang customs guard at babantayan kayo ni Miss Silvestre na hindi nyo pwedeng dalhin yan kung saan-saan. Kung ano po ang destination na nakalagay dito sa transfer note, dadalhin mo yan, Mr. Berano and Mr. Pineda. Now, Mr. Berano and Pineda, kung si Miss Silvestre ang assign na gwardiya, sasamahan kayo. Saan nyo pa upuin yan? Saang likod? Doon sa loob ng container? Saan po? Doon sa unahan? Doon sa may unahan? Doon sa ano? Parang sa Titanic nagaganon siya. Hindi naman siguro gano'n, no? Ano po yun? Yes po. Saan po pa upuin? Yes, in between the driver and the helper. Kung ikaw ang driver, Mr. Berano, saan banda? Sa gitna ninyo, tama ba? Mas malapit ba sa'yo o mas malayo sa'yo? Malayo. Honest? Sabihin, palalapitin mo si Customs Guard Silvestre doon sa helper mo. Mr. Berano? Sigurado ka? Ikaw, Mr. Pineda, ikaw yung driver. Oh, ang customs card ko, ganda-ganda, katulad ni Miss Silvestre. Siyempre, di ba, Mr. Pineda? Ito, hindi na ito kasama sa topic, kinikwento ko lang. Pag si Miss Mami Junicia, ang customs guard ko, sige, doon ka sa gilid. Gilid nung tabi nung helper. Ang pangit eh, di ba? Ganun lang yun. Okay. Now, Miss Silvestre, ikaw yung driver. At si Miss Season ang helper mo. At ang customs guard mo is, let's say, Piolo Pascual. Miss Silvestre, saan mo po upuin si Piolo? Gitna. Malapit sa'yo or malapit kay Miss Season? Really? Eh, si Season ang tanungin natin. Malapit sa'yo, Miss Season, o malapit kay Miss Silvestre? That's an honest answer. Good naman. Okay, let's now move on. 50,000. Is this 50,000 amount of GTSB permanent amount? Sagot. No. Hindi po, because this 50,000 amount of GTSB is subject to adjustment by whom? By the Commissioner of Customs upon. Pwede po bang itaas yan? Yes po. Pwede po bang ibaba yan? Actually, sabi nila hindi daw. Hindi po. The word adjustment may be decrease or may be increase. But, that will not happen, the decrease. Normally po, the adjustment is for increase. Klaro, guys? Okay. What time is it, Miss Silvestre? Okay, 11:27 na. Medyo I'm already hungry. Tsaka nauuhaw na ako eh. Wala na akong tubig, yo. Medyo, alam mo na, ang liit na nga lang eh. Mr. Pineda, ang liit na lang nung ano ko. Mr. Pineda. Ang problema dito sa mga ano na to, pagkakagastusan eh, parang choppy ang dating. Okay, we will continue around 12:30, okay, or 12:45. Maliwanag po ba? 603, 604, then plus goods declaration. Na-forward na ba sa inyo yun ng 3A, yung pinorward kong goods declaration sa kanila? Meron na ba? Meron na ba ang pinorward sa inyo, Miss Silvestre? Ipo-forward ko mamaya sa inyo. So, we will start at 1:45, 12:45. Klaro po, guys? Okay, guys, you are temporarily dismissed. Then, I will meet you again at around 12:45. Clear, guys? Okay, again, good morning po sa inyong lahat. Ulitin ko. If there should be a transshipment, the transshipment may be either from one vessel unloaded from this, then reloaded to this. This is the importing vessel, and this is the exporting vessel. And the importing office is Port of Manila, and the exporting office is also Port of Manila. Ibig sabihin yan, if goods are loaded here and unloaded here, and to be reloaded here, that is allowed, or transshipment is allowed, provided it is within the same customs office. If goods are brought by or are imported by this aircraft and unloaded and reloaded to another aircraft and within either NAIA or Clark Customs Office. That is the requirement. Maliwanag po, guys? Maliwanag po. Maliwanag? Okay. Mr. Taglaw, maliwanag ba? Okay. Hindi pwedeng, okay, vessel, Port of Manila, then Port of Batangas. Hindi po, kasi po ang definition is very clear. Importing means, exporting means within the same or one customs office, then transshipment shall be allowed. Now, with the difference between transit and transshipment is this. In transit, the transfer shall be within the Philippines. While in transshipment, the movement of goods shall be from the Philippines and for transportation to another country outside of the Philippines. Yan po ang transshipment. Now, insofar as goods are concerned, goods are not really intended for the Philippines. Although the goods may have been transported and have passed the Philippine territory, however, it is not really bound for the Philippines. It is bound for foreign country. Dumaan lang po ng Pilipinas. Now, in transshipment, the treatment regarding duties and taxes, okay, is that or is similar to transit. Pag wala pong babayaran sa transit because it is port transfer, okay, within the Philippines, okay, in transshipment, it is not really subject to payment. It is also not subject to payment. Why? Because the goods are not really bound for the Philippines. It is to be transported out of the Philippines. So therefore, di naman po ibababa sa Pilipinas. The goods are not really intended for the Philippines. Then, the importer of that goods shall not be subject to payment of duties and taxes. That's the general rule. Provided that the goods declaration, ibig sabihin po niyan, doon po sa section 600 to 602, the goods declaration to be lodged is TSAD po. Yan po yung para sa 600 to 602. Okay, guys? Now, in section 603, ang ipapile po na goods declaration is transshipment po. Iba po yung transit kasi nga po within the Philippines, but they are similar. The only difference is that in 600 or 600 to 602, the goods are to be moved within the Philippines. While in 603, the goods are to be moved from the Philippines to a foreign territory. Okay, so therefore, wala pong babayaran ding duties and taxes. However, the importer or the person applying for transshipment shall be required to, okay, lodge a customs transshipment permit. That is the goods declaration. And the customs transshipment permit, okay, so therefore, ito po ipapile, no? Transshipment permit. CTP po. Pagdating po sa section 603. And this, if in TSAD, kailangan din po ng mga details as to the information of what are those to be transit and to be transferred within the Philippines, kailangan din pong nakalagay dyan, nakalagay din po ang description of the goods, nature of the goods, and, of course, supported by shipping documents such as bill of lading or airway bill, commercial invoice, and other documents as evidence. Required, of course, by the Bureau. So, yan po ang requirements. Kung ano po yung requirements sa TSAD, ito naman po ang requirements sa CTP. Halos parehas din pula. Parehas sila. Kung meron pong goods declaration dito, meron din pong goods declaration dito. Magkaiba lang nga po ang tawag. Dito po, TSAD, dito naman po is Customs Transshipment Permit. Although they are similar. Now, if the Customs Transshipment Permit has been approved and allowed by the Bureau of Customs, okay, Section 603, second paragraph, provides for the condition again. Ms. Mungkal, pakibasa. Okay. Second paragraph, Ms. Mungkal. Yes. Second paragraph. Okay. Guys, insofar as the period to transship the goods covered by a customs transshipment permit from date of arrival or aircraft, and the importer or the party applied for a customs transshipment under the second paragraph, from date of arrival of this vessel or aircraft, it has to be tranship. It has to be shipped out. Isasakay mo dito, kailangang umalis siya within 30 days po. Kung kailan dumating ito, yung importing vessel, kailangan po makaalis si exporting vessel. Okay? Or transshipping vessel within 30 days po. Maliwanag po. Otherwise, non-compliance shall be subject to payment of fine or penalty or surcharge. Now, in case there would be, or in case the 30 days cannot be complied with by the importer for valid reason, the importer or party who has secured an approved CTP or Customs Transshipment Permit, it cannot be made within 30 days period, then the importer or party can apply for an extension. Okay? For an extension for valid reason or reasons po. Okay? The extension shall not be automatic and shall not be subject to a number of days. The law only says the commissioner may allow an extension of such period. Ibig sabihin po dyan, yung 30 days, pwedeng extend ng 5 days or extend ng 10 days. It does not mean automatic and 30 days extension. Clear, Mr. Pineda? Regala, maliwanag po. Season, maliwanag po. Tanglao, maliwanag po. Miss Mungkal, maliwanag po ba? Naku, nawala. You lost O, yan na naman. Anthony? 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 Ah, okay. May internet ka? Meron ka? Nawala yung sa akin.
Mas mabagal ko.
Mabagal nga eh, no?
Opo.
Ayun, ayaw. Bagal. Na-lost na yung connection ko dito. Where's Anthony? Hello? Oh. 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 Meron din tayo.
Nagsaserve ka niya sa church niya?
Ah, ay sabihin, meron din pala tayo abangan. Tama. Bakit? Ano ba yun? Malaki-laki ba yun? Ilang... akit sa atin, naintindihan na natin. Okay, okay. Thank you, Joe. Thank you. Guys, nandyan uli kayo? Guys, Sir Pineda? Miss Reyes? Okay. Mr. Pineda, are you still there? Sorry for the connection. Lost connection po tayo. Medyo nagka-problema mo. Miss Reyes? Tanglaw? Silvestre? Andyan pa ba kayo? Miss Pinyon, nandyan po ba kayo? Again, let me summarize it. Okay? Transshipment is from one vessel to another vessel, from one aircraft to another aircraft. Okay? One vessel is the importing vessel, and the second vessel is the exporting vessel. Dalawa po yan. Either aircraft to aircraft, vessel to vessel, provided that it is within the same office. And before transshipment shall be allowed, the party or the importer applying for a transshipment should file or lodge also a goods declaration equivalent to customs transshipment. And of course, the goods declaration equivalent to CTP shall of course contain the nature of the goods, okay, and shall be supported by shipping documents po, such as bill of lading, transport documents, commercial invoice, or other evidence as may be required by the Bureau. In case transshipment is allowed and approved by the Bureau of Customs, the vessel or the aircraft transporting it to a foreign country shall be required to move. Okay? Must be exported within 30 days from date of arrival of the importing vessel or importing aircraft. Klaro, guys? Klaro po. Now, in case the importing or the exporting aircraft or exporting vessel cannot depart within the 30 days period, then the remedy of the importer or the party who applied and secured an approved CTP prior the expiration can apply for an extension. And of course, the extension should be supported by valid reasons. Guys, hindi po 30 days ang sinasabi na extension, ha? 30 plus 30, no. It is the Commissioner of Customs that determines how many days shall be allowed or granted for extension. Hindi po siya 30 plus 30 po. And remember, extension or request for extension should be always filed prior expiration. Why? Because if 30 days has already expired and the exporting means has not yet left, then there is nothing to extend because it has already expired. So therefore, lesson po dyan, prior po. Maliwanag po ba? Now, the request for extension is subject to the discretion of the Commissioner of Customs, whether to allow it or whether not to allow it. And for how many days the extension should be, it will depend upon the discretion of the commissioner. Klaro, guys? Klaro po. Okay. Miss Silvestre, Mr. Pineda, Miss Season, can you give me one valid reason that will convince the Commissioner of Customs to give the importer or party an extension? Yes, in case the vessel cannot be moved or cannot navigate because it has sustained a damage on the engine or any damage to the ship which prohibit or prevent the vessel from departing, then that would be a valid reason. Aircraft, ganun din po. In case of damage to the vessel or in case of accident or fortuitous event, in case of pandemic such as COVID po, and the vessel or aircraft has been prevented by such reason, then that can be used as a valid reason. Naliwanag po, Miss Silvestre, Miss Season. Very good. So therefore, you cannot just cite reason which is not valid or which will not convince the commissioner to give you an extension. The reason should be valid. Otherwise, the request for extension shall be denied. Maliwanag po? Maliwanag po? So, reason po, yung sabi nga ni Mr. Pineda, damage to the vessel, damage to the engine of the vessel, fortuitous event, typhoon, earthquake, maritime accident, and pandemic po, katulad po nito. Hindi makaalis yung barko, hindi makaalis yung eroplano. Definitely, if that happens, the 30 days will definitely expire. Tama po ba, Miss Silvestre? Tama po ba? Okay, so those are the reasons that you can give as importer or party applying for extension. Okay? Maliwanag po. Section 604, Miss Mungkal. Okay po. Okay po. In paragraph 1 of section 604, it is similar to, okay po, section 603, as if the goods that has arrived into the Philippines shall be transported from the Philippines to another foreign territory. Okay? This time, ang tawag po ng Section 604 is re-exportation or immediate re-exportation. Okay? Maliwanag po ba? Maliwanag po, guys? Okay. In Section 603, the goods shall not be landed on the ground. Naintindihan ninyo? From vessel to vessel, from aircraft to aircraft. But in Section 604, either it shall be landed or it will not land. So from vessel to vessel, from aircraft to aircraft, pwede po. Pag ibinaba po sa ground, pwede pa rin po. Apply for immediate re-exportation po. Aliwanag po, sa 603 po, hindi po siya sasayad ng lupa. Talagang from vessel to vessel po, ililipat po kagad. From aircraft to aircraft. But in section 604, it may be landed or it may not be landed on the ground. Miss Silvestre, Miss Season, Tanglao, Sablan, Pinyon, and Mungkal, naintindihan ba? Okay. So, before section 604 shall be allowed by the Bureau of Customs, the importer or exporter or the party applying for immediate re-exportation of the goods must submit proof that the goods are not really intended for the Philippines. It is intended for foreign country po. Parehas din po yan. Halos parehas po. Now, the party or the person or the importer or exporter applying for section 604 must submit documents. And that documents should show that the goods are not really intended into the Philippines and there is an intent to re-export it. In other words, the port of discharge, nakalagay po doon, is Manila. Tapos, it was followed by another statement for re-exportation to Singapore. Yan po, papayagan po yan. Ng section 604 po. Now, where can you find those or the intent of immediately re-exporting the goods? Either in the bill of lading, commercial invoice, cargo manifest, or other satisfactory evidence showing that the goods which has arrived into the Philippines is not really bound for Philippines but for immediate re-exportation. So, tatlo po, bali apat. One, the bill of lading or airway bill po. Okay. And, second po is invoice, commercial invoice of the goods to be immediately re-exported. Third is the cargo manifest of the goods to be immediately re-exported and other satisfactory evidence that the goods shall be immediately re-exported from the Philippines. And what section 604 regarding immediate re-exportation of goods, it should not be less than one package. Ganito po yan. If there are, or if there is one package, package 1, package 2, dalawa po. Pwede po yung isa ibababa dito. Okay, so therefore, it should not be less than one or the two shall be immediately re-exported. What is not allowed by law is this. Tanggalin po natin to. Yung dalawa po, wala tayong problema. Yung isa po, doon tayo po magkakaroon ng problema. Okay, maliwanag po, isang pakete lang po yung dumating. Hindi po pwedeng, itong parte na ito is for Manila or for the Philippines. Itong parte na to is for immediate re-exportation. Hindi po pwede. Tatanggalin mo ito. Kailangan lahat for immediate re-exportation or without immediate re-exportation papunta ng Pilipinas po. Yan po ang rule. Kaya po, ang sabi dyan, it should not be less than one package. Kung dalawa po, pwede po yung isa bound for Philippines, yung isa po for immediate re-exportation. But in case there is only one package, whether, okay, one package lang po, bound for Philippines lahat, or lahat po for exportation or immediate re-exportation. Maliwanag po? Maliwanag po? Okay. In case goods are entered for immediate re-exportation, so ito po yung barko, ibinaba po sa ground yung kargamento. Let's say one package po. And there is an approval of re-exportation of the goods covered by Section 604. Okay? Nagkaroon po ng approval. That is re-exportation po. It is the District Collector of Customs that will select or choose or designate. Kung ito po yung nagbaba at ito po ay for immediate re-exportation, it is the District Collector of Customs in which vessel or aircraft the goods are to be reloaded po. Maliwanag po? Maliwanag po? Guys, now, ito po, indirect transfer. Kasi po, ibinaba pa. Tapos isasakay po panibagong barko or aircraft. Pero ang pipili po ng barko or aircraft. Okay? Maliwanag po? Maliwanag po. It is the District Collector of Customs. Pag hindi po ibinaba dito, dumiretso po dito sa barko or dumiretso yung goods to another aircraft. Okay? Actually, pinag-uusapan dito is parang transshipment din. Right, Mr. Pineda? Halos parehas din. Halos parehas sila. Kaya lang iba lang po ang tawag sa Section 603. Transshipment po yon. Dito po kasi is really an immediate re-exportation. In Section 603, there is no need to prove that the goods are for re-exportation. Ang ipuprove mo lang that the goods are not really bound for the Philippines and they are bound for transshipment to another foreign country. Ito ipuprove mo na the goods are not really bound, para halos parehas na parehas po. Now, in case goods are brought by this vessel is not unloaded, okay, hindi binaba ng ground, tapos inilipat from another vessel, that vessel, okay, shall be used, or that second vessel where the goods are reloaded shall be considered as a warehouse. Ito po, maaring nasa warehouse ito, itong binaba dito sa ground. Ito po, itin-transfer from one vessel to another vessel because the goods are for immediate re-exportation po. That's it. So, meron pong direct transfer. Yung direct transfer po from vessel to another vessel. Aircraft to another aircraft. Indirect transfer, dumaan po ng warehouse, tapos isinakay po sa vessel po. Yan po yung mga situation that you may encounter in the future as customs officer po. Baka may sabihin, hindi pwede yan. Pwede po yan under Section 604 po. Miss Mungkal, unless okay. Sandali lang po, no? Now, ang sabi po dyan, unless it shall appear. Oh, yan, pakikita rin pala. Unless it shall appear in the bill of lading, airway bill, or invoice, or other satisfactory evidence that goods arriving in the Philippines are bound for transshipment. Aba, kailangan din palang pakita under Section 603. Sa transshipment po, pag hindi po napatunayan, based on BL or airway bill, based on invoice or manifest po, that the goods are bound for transshipment, then the presumption is that the goods are bound for the Philippines. If that cannot be proved or cannot be established by the importer, exporter, or party applying for transshipment na wala naman pala hindi naman pala talaga itatransship yan eh. So therefore, kung ako ang customs, okay, ibababa sa Pilipinas yan. And that goods is really bound for the Philippines. So in transshipment, it is also required that the party applying for transshipment must submit proof or evidence such as BL or airway bill or invoice or manifest that the goods are really for transshipment. Otherwise, if the party applying for transshipment cannot submit those documents, then no exportation shall be permitted. Ibig sabihin, no transshipment shall be allowed. Ibababa mo sa Pilipinas yan. Pag binaba mo sa Pilipinas yan, pag inilabas mo ng customs yan, babayad ka ng duties and taxes. Now, if that cannot be established and proved by the party, the second option is what? File an entry or goods declaration asking for immediate re-exportation po. So, dalawa po yung pwedeng option. Either for transshipment, pag hindi po kayang i-secure ang transshipment, then there would be no exportation. Or if that it would be the case, then I am the party, I am the importer. Doon po ko sa second option. Ano po yung second option? File an entry or goods declaration for immediate re-exportation. Okay? Maliwanag po. Now, in transshipment po, is there a need to pose a security? Yan po yung pagkakaiba nila. Sa transshipment po, wala pong security nakalagay dito. May nakalagay ba security dito? Wala po. But in immediate re-exportation, palalo na pag ibinaba mo sa warehouse or ginamit mo yung barko as a warehouse, before exportation shall be allowed, marami pong requirements. Kailangan po mag-submit ka ng invoice, bill of lading, manifest, okay? And convince the Bureau of Customs that the goods are really for re-exportation. Sabi ko nga sa inyo, the goods may be unloaded on the ground and placed in a bonded warehouse, then reloaded, or direct transfer po from vessel to vessel. And with respect to which vessel the goods are to be reloaded, either direct or indirect transfer, it is the District Collector of Customs which shall designate in which vessel the goods are to be reloaded or in which aircraft the goods are to be reloaded. And before approval of the re-exportation or entry for re-exportation, the party applying for shall be required to pose a security that will guarantee that the goods are really to be re-exported, either by this vessel designated by the district collector or this aircraft designated by DC po. Klaro guys? Klaro po. And if this is the goods, the amount of security to be posted by the person applying for immediate re-exportation shall be equivalent to the duties, taxes, and other charges that can be or that may be collected from these goods to be re-exported po. Yun po yung amount. Maliwanag po, guys? So, district collector selects and designates saan isasakay yan. Okay? Maliwanag po ba? And before approval of the entry for exportation, the importer shall be required to post a security, okay, or a sufficient security equivalent to the calculated, ascertained, or estimated duties, taxes, and other charges on the goods for immediate re-exportation. Now, last paragraph, Ms. Pignon. Si Ms. Pignon ba, buhay pa, Mr. Pineda? Ito po yung goods, no? Tuturo po, goods po yan. Yan po yung goods. Assuming the goods, this is the goods for immediate re-exportation. Okay? And the duties and taxes, let's say, is 1 million po. Duties, taxes, and other charges, that would be the amount of security or surety po. So, therefore, pag hindi po natuloy yung re-exportation, automatic po, ipo-forfeit po ng BOC yung surety bond amounting to 1 million po. Ibig sabihin po nun, pag hindi mo na-re-export, meaning hindi talaga papalabas ng bansa. Dito talaga sa Pilipinas papunta. Naintindihan ba, Ms. Silvestre? Okay. Ms. Mongcal, last paragraph. Ms. Mongcal, you. Ms. Mongcal, yeah. Last paragraph po, last paragraph po. Okay. Mr. Pineda, under the last paragraph, nakaalis na po ba yung goods? Okay, nakaalis na po ba? Okay. Nakaalis na po ba yung aeroplano? Nakaalis na po yung the vessel has already, or the vessel or aircraft has already left carrying on board the goods subject of re-exportation. Tama ba? Isn't it, Mr. Pineda? Assuming the goods subject for immediate re-exportation is, let's say, China po. Under the last paragraph, nakaalis na po ba yung barko? Okay. Under the last paragraph, Mr. Pineda, nakarating na po ba ng China? Yes po. So, dalawa po ang sinasabi ng section or last paragraph of section 604. The vessel or aircraft carrying the goods with a sufficient or security of 1 million has already departed and has already arrived in China. Silvestre, season, nagkakaintindihan ba tayo? No, upon arrival in China, and I am the one who applied for immediate re-exportation. Ako po ang nag-apply. Diba, ang sabi, before re-exportation shall be allowed, I have to post 1 million security po ba? Tama po ba? Okay. Now, as long the 1 million surety or security is with the BOC, then I am still obliged, I am still indebted o may utang ako kay BOC ng 1M. Tama po ba? Pero nakalis na, nakarating na. Now, for me to be released or to be freed from my 1 million surety which I have given as a security to the BOC, I have to secure one document po. And that document po is Certificate of Landing to be issued by the Chinese government or any government authority certifying that these goods has already arrived in their territory. And that certificate issued by the Chinese government or any government agency certifying or attesting that the goods has already arrived in China shall be now secured by the importer, ako importer, and I will submit it to the BOC. Then after submitting it to the BOC, the surety shall now be released to me. Ibig sabihin po niyan, I have already established and proved that I have complied with my requirements to ship out and deliver it to China. And China has given a certificate of landing. Nakuha ko po yung certificate of landing, pinadala sa akin. Then, isasubmit ko sa BOC. Then, my 1 million obligation shall now be released or erased po. Did you get it? Yan po ang requirement. Klaro, guys? Without certificate of landing, that 1 million surety will remain outstanding po. So, anytime, pwedeng kunin ng customs yun pag hindi mo na-approve na nakarating na ng China. Yan po ang ibig sabihin nun. Okay, guys? Is there any question so far? Guys, Miss Talavera, Miss Susan, Miss Sablan, Miss Narciso, tingnan nyo po yung basic, no? Hindi nyo ba napapansin? 600 to 604. Ilan lang siya, pero ang haba-haba ng sinasabi. Kaya, kasi po, napaka-komplikado. Kaya po, pagka ikaw, hindi ka po nag-practice at libro ka lang tumitingin, hindi mo siya maiintindihan. Mahirap pong ituro. Miss Silvestre, Mr. Pineda, Miss Mungkal, okay, Miss Painado, Mr. Berano, Miss Manatad, Mr. Payabyab, do you have now a copy of goods declaration? Sample copy po. Okay, very good. Ayan baka miya sabihin ninyo, hindi ko. Katatanggap lang ba? Kapapadala ko lang, siguro mga 5 minutes before, after 5 minutes, 10 minutes yata before 2 o'clock. Tama po ba? Okay. Okay. There are 2 kinds of entry in the BOC. One is formal entry and the other one is informal entry. Tama po ba, Miss Silvestre? Now, insofar as informal entry is concerned, ano ang rule, Miss Silvestre? Anong rule, Miss Silvestre, pag informal po? Miss Silvestre, anong rule regarding informal and formal entry po? Alam ko po, kaya lang po, ang tinatanong ko, what is the rule? when to file informal and when to file formal po. Yun po ang tanong. Miss Miss Silvestre. Balikan niyo po yung section 402, Miss Silvestre. If the FOB or FCA value of goods is less than 50, informal po siya. Maliwanag, Miss Silvestre? If the goods consist of personal and household effects such as de minimis value shipment, okay, and it is declared to be personal and household effects, passenger baggage, it is covered by informal entry. If it is 50,000 and above, not personal and household effects, not passenger baggage, okay, ang ipapile mo is formal entry. Maliwanag po? Now, let's focus first for formal entry. Ang formal entry po, ito po yung mga formal entry. CE, WE, TSAD, and Customs Transshipment Permit. Consumption entry, warehousing entry, TSAD, CTP are all formal entry. Okay? Now, let us now move to the blank and filled out goods declaration po. Remember the rule regarding lodgement. Importer, BSAP, then the BOC po. Ito po yung basic po na procedure. Maliwanag? Maliwanag po. Mr. Blan, Mr. Pineda, Mr. Berano, Mr. Season, yan po ang basic po. Importer lodges the goods declaration through the value-added service provider. And we have 3 value-added service providers accredited with the BOC that can accept the lodgement of either CE, WE, TSAD, or CTP po. Maliwanag po? Maliwanag po. And these value-added service providers are eConnect. Nakikita ba, Mr. Pineda? Then the other one, second one is Intercommerce po. Yan po yung mga accredited. And the other one is the so-called CDEC po. Nakikita po ba? Itong mga nakadrawing ko dito. Bababa ko ng konti para makita nyo. Nakikita po? These are all what? Value-added service providers accredited with the Bureau of Customs. In other words, an importer cannot or an exporter cannot lodge either goods declaration or export declaration to any other provider unless they are one of these 3 providers po. So, ito lang po yung accredited po. Maliwanag po? Maliwanag po? Okay, guys. Let's now move on to the SAD itself. Yung pong sinasabi kong pagka binabanggit ko po itong GD, GD means what? Or stand for Goods Declaration. And this is equivalent to single administrative document. Miss Silvestre, makinig ka. Mungkal, Talavera, Season, para hindi kayo nalilito. Ang sinasabi pong GD is Goods Declaration. And in the Bureau of Customs, they don't call it GD. They call it SAD, Single Administrative Document. Klaro, guys? Klaro, Mr. Pineda? Ayan po. Kaya po, pag nakita kayo, nakarinig kayo, SAD, nasa ng SAD mo? Yung sinasabi po niyang SAD is goods declaration po yon. Hindi po nila ginagamit yung goods declaration. Pero sa batas po, ang tawag po natin dyan is SAD. Now, Miss Season, you. Yes. Have you scanned and browsed the blank goods declaration? Doon sa bandang itaas, ano nakalagay? Nakalagay po ba doon goods declaration, upper left-hand corner, Miss Season? Ano nakalagay? Yun po ang tawag ng customs instead na goods declaration. Mr. Verano, Ms. Silvestre, I hope you got my point regarding goods declaration. Sa batas po, GD. Pero sa Bureau of Customs po, it's SAD po. Right? Get it? Or got it, Ms. Silvestre? Nakuha mo, Ms. Silvestre, Mr. Pineda, and Sablan, Painado, lahat po kayo, bayab-yab, nakuha ba? Okay. So therefore, what you are holding right now is a blank single administrative declaration or document po, I'm sorry, or goods declaration. And the other documents that I have sent to you, nakikita nyo ba ito? This is blank, right? Nakikita nyo, this is blank. And this one is with contents. Tama po ba? May laman na ito, ibig sabihin to, gamit na to, ito hindi pa nagagamit. Tama po ba? Okay, let's now move on to box number 1 po. Tingnan nyo, makikita nyo, why I'm telling this box per box number, kasi po, every box has a corresponding number. Tignan nyo po. Box number 1 refers to what particular information. Declaration po. Ibig sabihin po niyan, okay, declaration is the intention of the importer. If the intention of the importer is consumption, bound for consumption, ang inilalagay po dyan is 4 and 4. Okay, if the intention of the importer is, okay, conditionally free, ito, consumption, ano? Conditionally free importation under section 600 or 800, I'm sorry, conditionally importation, ang ginagamit po nila is 5-5. Meaning, ano po yan? Ito po, no, galing po ng China, dinala ng Pilipinas. Naintindihan? China. The goods came from China. Dinala po ng Pilipinas, tapos ibabalik ng China. Ang tawag po dyan is conditionally importation or temporary importation. Maliwanag? Maliwanag po. Okay. Susunod naman po is reimportation po. Ano naman po yon? Dito po sa conditional importation, yung goods po galing ng China, ipinadala sa Pilipinas, that later on, ibinalik po ng China. Dito po siya papasok. Now, if the goods came from the Philippines and it was sent to China at ibinalik po ng China papunta sa atin, ang tawag po doon is reimportation. Ang gagamitin po nating declaration is 66 po. Klaro, guys? So, magkaiba po yun. Ito po, doon po sa conditional importation, galing po ng China, pinadala ng Pilipinas, tapos pinadala ng Pilipinas sa China. Dito naman po sa Declaration 664, reimportation, galing po ng Pilipinas, ibinalik, galing ng Pilipinas, then ship to China, then China, ship it to the Philippines. Maliwanag po? Another intention or kind of declaration is warehousing entry. 7-7 po ang ginagamit. Okay, so therefore, if it is intended for warehousing either in a CBMW or a public bonded warehouse, then the declaration should be 7-7. If it is TSAD or transshipment po, ang ginagamit po is 8-8 po. Now, Miss Season, doon sa sample po, accomplish goods declaration, what was the declaration? Meaning, the goods are bound into the Philippines for consumption, meaning the duties, taxes, and other charges are to be paid by the importer, right, Mr. Pineda? Mr. Berano? Oh, guys, ha? When you are taking this, maliwanag po, maliwanag po. When you are studying this, you have to compare the two, blank and accomplish one. Maliwanag po? Maliwanag po. Okay. Let's now move on to box number or office code. Mr. Verano, can you explain to me what is all about office code? Mr. Pineda, what do you mean by office code, colon? Hindi, tingnan mo muna yung accomplish. Nakalagay doon, merong office code. Tapos doon sa accomplish, yung okay, PO2B. Meaning, the goods are within or are in the custody of PO2B. And what is PO2B, Miss Mungkal, Miss Silvestre? In other words, the goods has been unloaded or had been unloaded at the MICP po. Kaya po ang ginamit is office code PO2B, right? Miss Season, what if the office code indicated is PO4? Hindi mo alam? Mr. Pineda, PO4 ang nakalagay po. Saan po ibinaba yung kargamento? Pag PO4 po. Yes, because PO4, the 4 means Customs District number 4. Oy, Season, baka isako kita. Sige nga, Miss Season, ikaw nga mapag-aanuhan ko ngayon. Can you recite, Miss Season, the 16 Collection District of the Bureau of Customs? Miss Season. Miss Season, paging. Okay, tayo. Ay, mali po. You start with Customs District 1. Ay, po. Sige, hindi mo kaya. Puntahan natin si Miss Reyes. Si Miss Reyes, kayang-kaya yan. Miss Reyes, go! Miss Silvestre? Biglang nawala. Oh, Miss Reyes, ikaw ba? Kaya mo ba yung 1 to 16? Ah, ganun. Sa board exam, tinatanong pa naman yan madalas. Silvestre, ikaw. Ay, gusto ko sunod-sunod. Ayoko nang hindi sunod-sunod. Ano ko yan? Gusto ko sunod-sunod. Mungkal, kabisado pa ba? Di na po. Kawawa naman kayo. Ano, no? Try. Ah, sige, go. Oh. Go. Anong district collector? Baka collection district. Sandali lang po. Si Mr. Pineda, sigurado kabisado niya yan. Go, Mr. Pineda. Sandali lang, Mr. Pineda, sandali lang. Medyo choppy sa'yo. Medyo ayusin mo yung signal mo. Silvestre, ikaw naman. Sige, tignan natin kung maalala nyo. Kunwari, mga Persier kayo ngayon sa recitation tayo. Persier, Miss Silvestre, go! Reyes, you. Okay, Miss Reyes, choppy po. Office code, PO2B. And PO2B means the goods have been unloaded at the MICP. Kaya po pagkatapos ng office code, nakalagay po doon yung PO2B. At sa ilalim po, nakalagay po Manila International Container Port. Miss Silvestre, in your accomplished sad po, tingnan niyo po yung box number 29. Pakicheck po, ano po yung nakalagay sa box number 29, Miss Season, Miss Silvestre? So, therefore, if office code is PO2B, pag consumption po, parehas lang sila ng box number 29. Tama, Mr. Pineda? Manifest number, it's to be given in the problem po. Pag ako nagbigay ng sample worksheet po. Punta po kayo sa box number 18 po. 18 po, pakicheck po. Nakalagay po, vessel/aircraft, then followed by number, then followed by registry number. Tama po ba? Is manifest number and registry number are they the same po? Are they the same? Yes po. Customs reference number is given in the problem po. Date, the date is the date and time, the goods declaration or SAD has been lodged with the Bureau of Customs po. Maliwanag po? Maliwanag po. Miss Season, box number 2 please. Okay, exporter, supplier, or seller address po. What's the name? So therefore, ang nakalagay po sa box number 2 is the name of the shipper, name of the exporter, name of the supplier, or seller po of goods. Sa ibang bansa po yan. But it should be with address. Sa kanila po, hindi nila nilagyan ng address. Tinanggap po ng system po. Maliwanag po? So MIT is the seller, exporter, supplier, or shipper of goods. Tama po ba, Miss Season? Okay, box number 3 po. Page po. Tama po ba, Miss Season? Okay. Oh, guys, ha, pakikita ko sa inyo, ha. Ito po yung front page. Nakikita nyo, guys? Front page po ito. Ba't sumagot naman kayo? Kausap ko kayo. Wala naman ako. Oh. And this one, nakalagay po dito, box number 53, Miss Silvestre, tama po ba? This is back page po. Ang ibig sabihin po niyan, if this is the front page, ito po, nasa likod po ng front page. In other words, ilang page po? Isa lang po. Tama po ba? Tama po? Now, ang nakalagay po dyan sa sample is 1 of 5, meaning it consists of 5 pages. However, sa akin po, ang madalas kong ginagawa is, ito lang po, 1 of 1, kasi isang page lang naman talaga ang isinasubmit ko. Okay, guys? Maliwanag po. This 1 of 1 means there is only a single item. Tama po ba, Miss Silvestre? Okay. Okay. So, therefore, page 3 or box number 3 indicates how many pages is the, okay, SAD or GD po. So, kung isa lang po, baka isipin ninyo, ito pong nakakabit po, yung pangalawa, yung may box 53, may number po, hindi po siya isang page. Kasama po siya dito. Nasa likod lang po siya ng front page. Maliwanag? Maliwanag po? Okay. There is no box number 4, but there is box number 5. Item. Ang sinabi po dyan, nakalagay po, is only 1, right? Mr. Pineda? And in number 6, total number of package po. How many or how much is the total number of package? 2,200, meaning this package may be either box, carton. Box or carton po. Box number 7, reference number, I will give it in the situation. Ako po ang magbibigay sa inyo. Client reference number, I will also give it in the situation po. Maliwanag? Now, let's move on to box number 31, the description, packages of goods. Miss Season? Marks and numbers. Ano po yung NM po? Box number 31. Saan yun? Tapos sumunod, marks and numbers. Ano po yung NM? Parang ang lumalabas dito, NM, no mark. Okay. Number of packages. Ilan po ang nakalagay? So therefore, the number of packages appearing in box 31 should be identical with box number 6, right? Hindi po packages yan. Carton po dumating yung kargamento. Guys, siguro you would be asking me, Sir, saan po manggagaling or saan po nanggaling yung mga information na ito? It came from the following documents po. Number 1, bill of lading or airway bill. Number 2, commercial invoice. Number 3, packing list po. Maliwanag po, dun nyo po makikita lahat yan. Kaya nga, as a declarant, as a future customs broker declarant, when you lodge, ang hawak nyo po is bill of lading or airway bill and commercial invoice, packing list, and other documents po. Pag naglalodge po kayo. Guys, sa actual lodging po is gumagamit po kayo ng computer. Sa akin po, isusulat ninyo sa blank po. Guys, maliwanag? Maliwanag. Mr. Pineda. Okay, good. Number and kind, ito po yung nakalagay sa 6, 2,200. Hindi po siya package. Ang nakalagay po, carton, because the goods were placed inside a carton. Right, Miss? Okay, Miss Season. Is the shipment shipped by MIT, LCL or FCL po? Why FCL po? Saan? Saan nakalagay? Pakibasa mo nga. Ano ito? FCL or LCL, Miss Season? Mr. Pineda, do you agree that this shipment is LCL? Miss Silvestre, FCL or LCL po? Ano yon? Anong, sabihin mo kung sinabi niya, bakit ako? Mr. Verano, LCL or FCL? Miss Ablan? Miss Talavera? LCL. Oh, guys. Do you still remember the definition of FCL, Miss Season? And LCL, Miss Season? Okay, recite to me the definition of FCL. Miss Season, baka naghahanap ka pa, wag na. Goods in container consigned to a single consignee covered by a single bill of lading. Tama ba, Mr. Pineda? Shortcut ko na lang, ne? LCL, goods inside the container consigned to several consignees and covered by several bill of ladings. Tama ba, Miss Silvestre? Okay, again, Miss Season, is this LCL or FCL po? So, you have changed your answer from LCL to FCL. Nandyan po sa box number 31. Ano, what is that phrase or indication that this is an FCL shipment? Miss Silvestre. Yes, 1 by 40 isang di 40. 1 by 40 said to contain 2,200 cartoons, meaning the 2,200 cartoons were placed inside a 40-footer container. Maliwanag, Miss Season? And what is the description of the item? Silvestre, frozen jackfruit strips. What is jackfruit, Miss Season? What is jackfruit? Langka po, Miss Season. Panay lang ang kain mo, hindi mo alam kung anong pagkain mo. Jackfruit means langka po. Ano ba, buong langka pa o nahubaran na yung langka? Miss Season. Nahubaran na kasi strips na po siya eh. Natanggal na siya. What is the container number, Miss Silvestre? Alam mo, Miss Season, nung tinanong kita, what is jackfruit in Tagalog? Nakalagay po doon sa open and close parenthesis. So, Miss Season, pakibasa mo. Nakakaya, no? Nangka. Ay, nako, Miss Season. Baka matabunan ka ng nangka. Nakakahiya. Maliwanag? Box number 8, Miss Season. And the tax identification number. Tama po ba, Miss Season? So, MIP is the seller. Tama pa. Hudson is the buyer. Tama, Miss Season? CRF number, libit blank. Maliwanag? Maliwanag po. Box number 10, XX. Box number 11, text XX. Box number 12, Miss Season. What is this 2240 po? Ano po yung huli? Yes, total freight, insurance, and other charges is $2,240 po. Box number 13, if this shipment is the subject of a dispute or issue on classification, valuation, certificate of origin, and other issues, this should be marked 13 po. This is tentative assessment or release. Miss Silvestre, tama po ba? Miss Season, sino ba nandyan? Miss Reyes, nandiyan ka ba? Box number 14, Miss Reyes. The name of the broker / attorney in fact and address. And who is the broker? Mr. Pineda. Binata pa yan. Mr. Pineda, binata pa yan. Pero yung tatay niyan, binat na. Miss Reyes, Yon, binat na yon yung nakalagay doon. Pero yung tatay niya, yung pinanggalingan niya, binat na. So, nandyan po yung pangalan, yan po yung anak ko na broker din po. Yun yung address ng office nila, nandyan din po. Did you get it, Miss Silvestre? Season! Binata pa yan. Pero yung tatay niyan, binat na po. Ang height, kaya lang, ang height niya nasa mga 5'9 yata eh. Okay, next. Ano? Ba, okay. May gana ka pang mang-asar, Mr. Pineda. Nang-aasar tong isi 6-footer, oh. Ang dami mo na nga sa akin tanong na hindi mo sagot. Iilan pa lang yung nasasagot mo sa akin, ha? Box number 14 refers to the name of the broker or attorney in fact or the name of the specific person authorized by the importer po. Box number 15, Ms. Reyes. Means MIT is located in Vietnam po. Tama, Ms. Season? Okay, very good. Miss Season, ha? Langka ito. Baka mapunta tayo saan, ha? Box number 15, Miss Season. Yes. What is BN? Yes. Box number 16, Mr. Pineda. Okay. Country of origin is the same with country of export. But in some instances, country of export is different from country of origin. Hindi po lahat ng panahon yung country of export po is also the same with country of origin. Klaro, guys? Box number 17, leave it blank. Mr. Verano, box number 18. Okay, please read. Para maintindihan. MOLC breeze. What is B, Miss Hizon? Voyage po. Ayan na naman. Nakita ko na. Hindi daw nagmana sa akin. Yan, talagang hindi nagmana. B is voyage po. Voyage 149E. Yan, Mr. Pineda. Nakaganti na naman ako dito sa 6-footer na to. Voyage vessel B. Okay, registry number, yun po, galing po sa manifest number. 19, is this containerized or non-containerized? If it is containerized, 0 po. If it is non-containerized or LCL, ilalagay po is 1. Maliwanag, Mr. Pineda? FCL, 0. LCL, 1 po. Maliwanag? Miss Season, terms of delivery po. CFR, meaning, what is CFR? Season, ikaw tinatanong ko. Season, hindi po. Ang tinatanong ko, what is the other phrase that is equivalent to terms of delivery? Ano po yun sa ating pinag-aralan po? Hindi po siya tinatawag na terms of delivery. Ang tawag po natin dyan is what, Ms. Season? Incoterms or terms of shipment. Meaning, the price for which the buyer or for which the seller sold the goods to the seller or to the buyer is CFR, means cost and freight. Tama? Pineda, box number 21. Leave it blank. Box number 22. Yes, if the goods, the jackfruits, were sold by the seller to the buyer on or in US dollar po. Yan po yun. Yun po yung currency na ginamit. Miss Season, Miss Silvestre, getting exciting? Okay, Miss Silvestre, getting exciting? Kasi po, nakakakita na kayo ng goods declaration. Now, class, this is for single item. Meaning, single item covered by a single tariff heading, covered by a single rate of duty. Right, Miss Silvestre? Pagka po, more than one item, let's say 2 items, 3 items, or 4 items covered by different heading and covered by different rate of duty, may problema na ba, Miss Silvestre? Ano na ang problema? Proration na po tayo. Tama po ba? Tama ba, Miss Silvestre? So, sasabihin sa akin, Sir, magbibigay ka ba ng may proration? Of course. Siyempre. Single item, of course, magbibigay din ako ng multiple items para di ba, ma-review yung proration skill ninyo. Tama, Mr. Pineda? Okay. After box number 32, nakalagay po dyan total customs value. Oh, we will stop from here and I will continue my lecture next week po. Is it time already, Miss Season? Diyan kayo mabilis sa time. Time na, Miss Mungkal. Time na, Mr. Berano. Yes, time na ba? Miss Mariano, time na? Mr. Lavera, time na? Para sabi niya Sir, recess na po. Parang elementary. Tama po ba? Yung may ginagamit pagka, Miss Silvestre? Recess na, sir. Tama. Miss Mahon, time na? Sosa, time na? Oh, yes, very good. Mr. Pineda. Nandiyan ba si Miss Pinyon? I-late mo yan, ha? Kanina pa late yan, Mr. Pineda, ha? Okay. Kanina, ilang beses ko siyang tinawag, Mr. Pineda, kung natatanda mo? Mr. Pineda, tinawag ko yan, ilang beses. Gama? Kaninang kita mo na, hindi ka Hindi, tinawag kita, hindi ka nga narinig. Ibig sabihin, tinawag kita, hindi ka sumasagot. Okay? Mr. Pineda, mark it late again. Dalawang late, actually, dalawang na-absent sa akin yan, tatlong late yan. Mr. Pineda, pag nag-check ka ng attendance, walang dayaan, ha? Tanda mo yan. Miss Badjao, Miss Badjao, you there? Time already? Yes, sir. Napaw. Miss Napaw? Miss Sablan? Okay, guys. Do you have any question? Okay, if you don't have any question, then we're done. So next meeting, I will lecture total customs value up to the back page po. Maliwanag po, guys. Alam mo si Miss Pinyon, pang napapansin ko, pag malapit nang matapos yung klase, saka nagpaparamdam ganun lagi yan, no? Kaninang umaga, nakatatlong beses akong tawag, kaya puro 70, 65, 70, 65 ang grade mo. Puro ganun ang tawag ko. Okay guys, if you don't have any question, then you're dismissed and see you again next week po. And guys, good day po.